Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our June 11th, 2026 council meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And just the agenda. You've all
Recording in
received the
progress.
agenda. Any additions or changes to the agenda? Dale?
That's the next step, Mike. After the approval.
Well, that affects the agenda.
Okay. I'll make a motion with respect to the agenda minutes. The approval of the minutes of the May 28th council meeting be deferred until the minutes have been prepared and distributed to council.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on that? Everyone in favor? Carried. Okay, any other additions or changes to the agenda?
I'd just like to make a quick statement.
Okay, can we do it right after the adoption of the minutes? Yeah,
No, we're not adopting minutes.
of the agenda.
Through the chair, just that the public information requests is not on the agenda, and we will correct that for next time. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
One addition here I'd like to add, I'm part of the Black the Nun board, but Dale kind of took over since it's in his area for the LIPA board. So I'd like to make that official. Not sure how we do that.
Through the chair, I would just suggest that you put forward a request, and then we can bring a report to the June 25th meeting of council.
Okay, thank you for that. All right. Okay, if there are no other changes, would someone make a motion to accept the agenda? Ed, all in favor? That's carried. So next, Barry, you wanted to make a statement.
Hello, everyone. When I was elected to council, I said I'd be accountable to the people for my actions. Therefore, I'd like to apologize for my inappropriate conduct at the last council meeting. As a member of council, I should hold myself to a higher standard. I let my emotions get the best of me. When I decided to run for this position, because I was determined to be a voice for my people. I am passionate about standing up for the good of this county, and I promise to be more professionally from now on. Thank you for all your support.
Thank you very much, Barry. All right, so next we're into delegations and presentations. So 5.1, Lac St. Anne Foundation presentation. So as usual, I would like you to introduce yourselves and your position, and then you have the floor. And don't forget to turn on your mic.
Hi there, I'm Dina Kryzik. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for the Lac St. Anne Foundation.
And I'm Tara Baker, Chair of the Lac St. Anne Foundation.
Thank you for having us today. We value our relationships with our municipalities, and I think this was a really good opportunity for us to talk about who we are in this region and what we're working on for the future. So the foundation itself is a not-for-profit organization and a housing management body that was established by ministerial order in 1995. However, the foundation itself has been in existence since 1962. We had one lodge in Mayerthorpe, the Pleasant View Lodge, which is now owned by the church. In 1980, we built a 20-unit building in Whitecourt. It was the first edition of the Spruce View Lodge. And then when the province decided to regionalize housing operations, that is when we became the housing management body on behalf of the government in 1995. Since then, we have our lodge program, which we have our 3 lodges in Onaway, Mayerthorpe, and Whitecourt. And we have 8 senior self-contained buildings that we manage on behalf of the province. And we also operate and manage a rent supplement program throughout the region on behalf of the government as well. So what we do is the senior self-contained, we operate and manage it, and seniors lodges, we operate and own them. Supportive living, we provide in all 3 of our lodge sites, and Type B continuing care, which is formerly DSL-3. So meaning that residents don't have care needs beyond a 24-hour period and don't need professional services. And that's contracted through previously Alberta Health Services and now Assisted Living Alberta. The unique part of our contracts with Assisted Living Alberta is that we operate our own programs, typically in a lodge setting or a housing management body setting. It's an access agreement where Assisted Living Alberta will come in and operate the program. In this case, we operate our own program, which we feel creates a quality of care that's consistent with the lodge, our lodge mandate. The one thing that we don't do is long-term care. So that higher level of care services, that's outside of our scope and is typically done through a actual care operator. So currently we support 446 residents and residents and families. We have 155 individuals and couples in our lodge units, 109 in our senior self-contained, and we provide rental assistance benefits for 182 individuals and families throughout the region. We do have 170 households combined on our program wait lists right now. So we are seeing an increase in applications for all programs throughout the region. Many of them might not be ready to come into a site now, but want to ensure that they have their names on our wait list when it comes available. All of our wait lists are legislated by a priority rating as well, so it's not a first come, first serve basis. So we do priority rate to all of our applications, so individuals are then placed on the wait list in accordance with that. So we serve seniors and vulnerable residents across our region. In the lodge units, our average resident age is 83. So we are seeing that individuals are coming in at an older age, which is creating the turnover annually where we're seeing 45 to 50% turnover in the lodges. So we really want to be present in our communities and promote who we are, and hopefully we start to see people coming in and accessing our services at a younger age. And why it matters is that we do provide that aging in place. We're a healthcare support to our communities, and we provide community stability. In 2023, we completed a regional housing needs assessment, and we had identified at that time 7 significant gaps across our service area. Our service area is on a way to Whitecourt and everything in between. So we found that there was insufficient seniors housing, and that's more on the independent side, so the senior self-contained. Currently, we support only 2.7%, which is well below the provincial and national benchmarks, which currently is about 7%. So we know that there's a gap in that availability of that type of housing. Lack of affordable rental housing. We're seeing a growing need for affordable units, rent supplements, and mixed income developments, particularly in Whitecourt and Mayerthorpe areas. A housing to household mismatch. So over half of the households are 1 to 2 persons, yet most of the housing stock in the region is 3 to 5 bedrooms. There was limited transitional and supportive housing for those experiencing homelessness, mental health, or addiction challenges. Vulnerable persons, there were gaps with persons with disabilities, low-income seniors, single-income households, and those at risk of homelessness. In our current portfolio, 75% of our residents are below $29,000 a year. Aging in place barriers, so there's limited transportation, home supports, and healthcare in our rural communities for seniors to relocate. and housing constraints on growth. So there's a lack of suitable housing limits, economic growth, and ability to attract employers, families, and newcomers. So when we talk about addressing those needs, it is a shared responsibility. So although the foundation completed the regional needs assessment, it wasn't meant for the foundation to address all of those areas identified. We share that far and wide, and the province actually shares it as well for any developers, investors that want to look at creating partnerships in our communities. So we're really looking to try and create that opportunity as well, where we're reaching out to other groups to assist with closing up some of these gaps in our communities. The economic impact that we have on our community, so we currently provide employment for over 120 individuals. We support local business and contractors where we can. We provide local housing options, ensuring that our seniors are remaining in our communities. And with our care contracts, we're also reducing pressures on the healthcare system. So we're seeing a decline in the amount of emergency room visits and hospitalizations by providing care in the sites. So we are more than just a housing provider. Requisitions. So requisitions are contained within the Alberta Housing Act, and member municipalities collect requisitions on our behalf annually. They support operations, maintenance, capital needs within the region. Municipal requisitions are only used for lodge. They're not used for any of the other programs, the senior self-contained or the rent assistance benefit. We do use the equalized assessment to determine requisition disbursement throughout our member municipalities. So, and that ensures that there's fair and transparent distribution of costs. The last year, this is how we utilized our requisition funds. So we requisitioned 1.85 million. 47% of it is covering mortgages. And then operating deficit was 10%. We put 4% in reserve funding. We utilized 13% for equipment repairs and upgrades, and then we put 21% in a capital reserve account. So municipal requisitions really are that investment in maintaining the housing units themselves for long term so that they may remain sustainable. So the average age of our buildings is 17 years. The replacement value of the 3 lodges is just over 51 million. We currently have 228,000 in deferred maintenance and project 4.6 million over the next 10 years for capital projects that we've identified. Our annual reserve contribution right now is 166,000. And right now we're seeing that the facilities are reaching that life cycle replacement age. All of them were built in relatively a short period of time. Chateau was built in 2007. The expansion on Spruce View Lodge was built in 2008, and then Pleasant View Lodge was built in 2011. So they all are reaching their life cycle replacements at the same time. So we're going to definitely see some increased costs there. Future opportunities, so we're looking at the expansion of supported living capacity. We're developing an asset renewal plan. We're exploring affordable housing development opportunities. We're enhancing partnerships with Assisted Living Alberta. We're collaborating with educational institutions to support workforce development. We currently have partnerships with Northern Lakes College and Norquest. We provide practicum opportunities for students completing healthcare aid and LPN courses. Regional advocacy for housing and healthcare funding, energy efficiency and utility cost initiatives. So we have group purchasing power through a utility provider, which has reduced our utility costs over $300,000 a year. And we're looking at technology enhancements for resident care and service delivery. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Questions from council through to Dina? Dale?
Dina, great presentation. It's the first chance I've had to see it, actually. So can that be made available through the chair to administration so we can actually have it? I think there's some very valid points within it. We talked about the number of people that you're servicing, talked about strategic plans, and I know that it's very important for us to recognize, previously as a health board member, I recognized probably 15 years ago that we were heading into a curve that was going to be hard to handle. And that curve is with the fact that we're all getting older and we're going to need some facilities. So yeah, thank you. If you could share that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any further questions? Bo?
You mentioned that there's a gap in the services provided. I was just curious if there's any kind of effort into figuring out how we can fix that gap. Extended care comes to mind.
Yeah, definitely. We are actively working with community groups to assist in closing up those gaps as well when it comes to service delivery. Some of our stronger partners are with community groups, and so I think for us that's a big focus on how do we ensure that our residents are supported as they age so that they're not having to transition to those higher levels of care soon, because most of the time they are ending up in different communities, Edmonton, Barrhead. They're not even being able to remain within the region. And that's concerning, especially when we see couples. That is one of our priorities, is ensuring that we're keeping couples together regardless of their care need. That is a big thing that we've been, previously Minister Nixon, we had multiple conversations about what it should look like, and that lodge partners actually can be really good healthcare partners. We do really good housing programs. We know what residents need. And so we want to ensure that going forward that the government also is supporting that service gap when it comes to aging in place. That's a term that's been thrown out for many years, but it doesn't actually exist because there isn't really a place where they can come into and then go right to throughout their care levels. So yeah, so we do want to rely on community partnerships a lot, but also that continued advocacy to the government about the needs and how housing providers can support that.
In particular in Onaway, apparently we own a lot next door to the facility there. Is that correct? Is it Lac Saint County that owns the lot, or is it the foundation, or?
I believe Lac Saint Anne County owns that lot. We've never been consulted on it. It was brought to us as an option to purchase. At the time, the foundation certainly wasn't in a position to outright purchase land. So I do believe that the county did purchase that land, but there's never been any conversations about what it was intended for.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
One more I have.
Oh,
One more.
okay.
You mentioned priority-based entrance. I need an explanation on that.
Okay. So as per legislation, every application that we get, we have to priority rate based on established criteria through the government. And it's primarily around current living situations, whether they're safe in their home, are there needs being met there, whether it's socially, nutritionally, et cetera. We do have some operator discretionary points that we can give based on that need. And so once the final score is determined out of 100, then they're placed on the wait list in the order that they fall in.
So then I hear compassionate. Is that what I hear? Thank you.
Okay, any further discussions? If not, I'd entertain a motion to accept this for information. Jill? All in favor? That motion's carried. Okay, couple things. First of all, I forgot to ask our CEO, CEO Ann Mitchell. We have a lot of new people here today, and I'll talk about that in a second, but she wanted to introduce a new member to the management team.
Thank you both for the presentation. Thank you through the chair. And welcome all the kids. And there's probably many children who don't know what a CAO is, a Chief Administrative Officer or a County Manager, and I run the operations at the direction of Council. I'd like to introduce the new GM of Operations, and it's Nick. And Nick, if you can say hello, and we're really happy to have you aboard.
Hello, and I look forward to working with Lac St. Anne County. My name's Nick.
Welcome, Nick. Okay, just a couple things. As all of you see, we have a room full of young leaders in our group, and I'd like to welcome all of you here. It's great to have you here, that your teachers and family are interested in having you see how municipal government works. Throughout your life, you're going to get more and more involved in that, and you'll see government affects our lives on a daily basis. So I welcome you here. I encourage you to listen, and hopefully we represent our residents and our ratepayers in a respectful manner, and we would like you to learn that and do that throughout your lives. So thank you very much for attending. We hope you enjoy the day, and we'll have a chance to meet you all at lunchtime. So thank you for coming. I do have one other thing. We're running a little bit late because we got going late because of technical issues. Can I ask the Community Futures people, who's doing the presentation here? She's online? Okay, so would it be possible to defer that after the public hearings? Or if it's just 15 minutes, should we be deferring the public hearing to start 15 minutes late?
I'm fine with starting later, if that works best for you guys.
Okay, so you don't, if you want to, of course, you can stay online, but I'm guessing that we're going to be at least, I don't know what time. Yeah, I think it would be after lunch. Would that be okay with you?
If that works better for what your needs are, absolutely.
Yeah, I just like to, I like to be on time for hearings because those are publicly notified, and it's important that everyone that wants to attend, they've set their time apart, that we do that. Okay, so that would be great.
So sign back in at like 1 o'clock or?
Yeah, let's do it at 1 o'clock.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thank
See
you
you
for
then.
your understanding.
You're very welcome.
Okay, with that then, it is 10 o'clock, and we will switch to the agenda item 5.3. That's a public hearing, and I do want to open that public hearing. So I'll call this public meeting to order. My name is Reeve Jürgen Preukschus, and I'm joined by the members of council and administration for the County of Lac St. Anne. The public hearing has been scheduled in accordance with the Municipal Government Act of Alberta to hear submissions regarding bylaw 22-2017-02-2026, being a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw by redistricting southeast of 3553-5 west of the 5th Meridian, southwest 3553-05 west of the 5th Meridian, northwest of 35, 5305, west of the 5th meridian, and, no, and more yet, southwest of 36, 5305, west of the 5th, northwest of 36, 5305, west of the 5th, and northwest 36, 5305, west of the 5th meridian. And that is to change it from Agriculture 1, AG1, to Aggregate Resource Extraction and Processing District. The purpose of the hearing is this: public hearings must follow principles of procedural fairness. The purpose of this public hearing is to provide an opportunity to anyone who believes they may be affected by this proposed rezoning to present their views to council. I want to emphasize that council has not made a decision on this matter. Members of council are here to listen carefully and fairly to all perspectives and before making a decision based on the planning merits, applicable policies, and input received. We recognize that this application has generated significant interest and strong opinions within the community. We appreciate the time and effort residents have taken to participate in the process. At the same time, I would remind everyone that this is a formal statutory hearing, not a debate. The goal is to ensure all voices are heard in a respectful and orderly manner. Council may control procedure and relevance, redirect and limit repetitive or abusive comments, and may control those that violate procedure rules. The hearing will proceed as follows. First of all, there will be administration presentation, and they will provide an overview of the application, including planning analysis, policy context, and background. Second will be public submissions. Those in favor will speak first, followed by those opposed. Registered speakers will be invited forward in order. Each speaker will have 5 minutes of time. Please clearly state your name for the record. Please clearly state if you're in favor of the rezoning application or in opposition of the rezoning application. Written submissions received prior to this hearing will form part of the official record. Applicant presentation, if applicable. The applicant or their representative will have the opportunity to speak to the proposal. Questions from council. Council members may ask questions for clarifications. This is not a forum for debate or back and forth between speakers. Additional speakers, after registered speakers, I will invite anyone else present who wishes to speak. I understand this is an issue that people feel strongly about. We're committed to ensuring everyone has the opportunity to be heard, and that requires maintaining respectful conduct throughout the hearing. Given the level of interest in this matter, I would ask everyone to observe the following. All comments must be directed through the chair, not at other individuals. Please be respectful of differing viewpoints. Applause, interruptions, or display of support or opposition are discouraged so that all participants feel comfortable speaking. Comments should relate specifically to the rezoning application. If necessary, I will pause the hearing to ensure order is maintained. Once the public hearing is closed, council will not receive any further submissions on this matter. Council may choose to deliberate and make a decision either later today or at a future meeting. At this time, I will ask administration to present an overview of bylaw number 22-2017-02-2026.
Thank you. My name is Trina Lane. I'm the Manager of Planning and Development. I'd like to read into record a summary outlining residents' concerns and residents in favor or in opposition for the purpose of the public hearing for this bylaw. Summary of background. Pardon me. Council gave first reading to bylaw 22-2027-02-2026 to rezone the aforementioned lands from Ag 1 district to Aggregate Resource Extraction and Processing District. Administration is confident in their review of governing legislation that the process for rezoning a parcel of land has been adhered to and that the application is presented in accordance with Section 216.4 of the Municipal Government Act. Existing aggregate operations were previously approved under Development Permit 16-D0012 under the previous land use bylaw. Since initially approved, the land use bylaw was amended and the subject lands became in non-conformance with the new county land use bylaw. When an application was received on May 1st of 2025, it was inherent that the lands needed to be rezoned from Ag 1 to AR to ensure that the aforementioned lands are in conformance of the land use bylaw and to support the existing use and activity that was approved, as well as consideration of future development permit applications for aggregate resource extraction and processing. A summary of notice to adjacent landowners. An open house was conducted May 6th of 2025. First reading May 22nd of 2025 under the previous bylaw. Public hearing July 17th of 2025. Second reading July 17th of 2025. Then the election happened and we had a new council. The process begins again. First reading May 14th of 2026. A public hearing May 20th of 2026. The public hearing notice was sent out on May 20th, 2026. They were mailed to 261 landowners of Lac St. Anne County and Parkland County within a 2-mile radius. Comments were to be received by 4:30 p.m. on June 9th. Then the public hearing notice was emailed to Parkland County May 28th of 2026. As of June 9th, 2026, no comments have been received in favor of or in opposition of. Notice was advertised in the Lac St. Anne Bulletin June 1st of 2026 and June 8th of 2026. Advertisement, along with the proposed bylaw, was also available on the website. The information that was available on the website was a draft of the bylaw, the redistricting referral letter, a redacted version, application for redistricting, redacted as well, redistricting background information, redacted, and then public comments were redacted that were received as of June 2nd. And here we are today, public hearing, June 11th of 2026. Comments received in opposition to the rezoning application. Email dated May 27th included questions regarding procedural fairness and questions regarding the use of the lands. All inquiries were addressed and will also be part of the development permit application review and approval process. It should be noted that the use would be considered discretionary and the development permit application will be subject to review and due diligence. The application will be presented to the Municipal Planning Commission for consideration. Should the development permit application be approved, it is also subject to appeal. An email dated May 26, 2026 can also be summarized to include concerns related to the use, which will also be part of the development permit application review and approval process. The majority of letters received were very similar in nature. Environmental impact assessment addressing cumulative impacts to water, air, soil, and biodiversity. Hydrological study determining whether the pit would be wet or dry, including impacts on Isle Lake and nearby residential wells, supported by a complete test hole report. Wetland and wildlife habitat study, including species at risk and nesting areas. water use and source plan identifying water sources for dust suppression, topographical and slope stability assessment, stormwater management and erosion control plan, particularly given the slope toward Isle Lake, noise impact study and dust control plan demonstrating compliance with Alberta standards, traffic impact assessment conducted during peak summer season, including haul route plan and road upgrade strategy. Reclamation and end-of-life plan outlining restoration and long-term monitoring, disclosure of proposed hours of operation that respect local residents and recreational users, documentation of public consultation and how community concerns have been addressed, enforced buffer zones and setbacks from wetlands, watershed features, residence wells, lake shorelines, and other environmentally sensitive areas, destruction of wildlife habitat, promotion, and noxious weeds, noise, constant roar of the gravel crusher, beeping of heavy equipment, the lights on early morning and late at night, the silica dust produced by the crushing operation, which is so dangerous to the lungs of residents, the spills of hydraulic oil and other leaking fluids from machinery and trucks, the road dust caused by heavy machinery causing dangerous road conditions, crime, vandalism, and drugs to the area, man camps that spring up. Will there be any monitoring of airborne particulates, noise, and light pollution? Will gravel truck drivers be made to follow the traffic laws? Appreciate the peace and quiet and the slowed down lifestyle. Affect our lives and proper values immensely. Will our taxes go down to reflect that? These comments are also available on our website. Comments from adjacent municipality, Parkland County, no comments received as of June 9th of 2026. Comments received in favor of the application, nil. This concludes administration summary.
Thank you very much. Any questions on clarification? Dale?
I need clarification on a couple things. First one's respect to updated studies. Administration, have you looked at those studies that were required, i.e. water, road traffic, all those?
These studies have been provided to us and they will form part of the development permit review.
Okay. So my next question, there's been make note of unauthorized work on the property. Can administration explain what work was done and what enforcement?
Administration can confirm that we are in receipt of those concerns and complaints and that the subject property of the complaint is not part of this application.
Oh. Interesting.
Barry?
I'm reading here, it says no, as of July 21st, 2025, no field-based wetland, ecological, or habitat assessment has been provided to the county or the council. Has that been done now, or is it coming in?
I believe we do have that report and it will be subject to the review upon the development permit application.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of clarification? If not, thank you very much for your presentation. So we will move on. So do we have registered speakers that are in favor? Other than the applicant, we have the applicant later. No registered speakers, for or against?
Thank you through the chair. We do have Lorraine Booker in opposition, and then we have an in favor by the applicant as registered.
Okay, thank you. So I would call on Lorraine, was it? Is she here? Yeah. Please come forward, state your name and who you represent or where you live. You understand you have a 5-minute limit, right? Yeah, 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 no problem. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. Please put on your mic. You need the mic, pull it over towards you and push the button on it. Yeah, there, it's on.
All right.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Excellent. It's not up, though. I wanted to see my presentation. Are you able to bring that up?
Can we find it?
It's in Adobe.
What's that? It, yeah, but we should have it up there.
There's a slide deck, though. Yeah?
So can they post it?
Page 8?
No.
I don't know where it is. No, I'm way down to the public option already. So
I sent a
I don't know where
slide
it's at.
deck in, yes. It's Adobe presentation right there, July 11, PH presentation, yeah.
And now, are these?
I don't need the notes, I just need the presentation.
I don't think I have that.
Yes,
This is the one?
Yeah.
Okay, just
I don't
give me
have it.
2 seconds and I'm gonna give you control.
okay.
So that
Yeah, but I don't
And
have
then
it.
I don't want to make it bigger, so if you just wanna go from this, it will show.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Did we find it?
Yes, it's up, we're just, she's gonna give me control soon.
Sorry about the technical difficulties.
While she's doing that, I'll introduce myself. My name's Lorraine Booker. I've been a resident of Lac St. Anne County for 20 years and have lived alongside Lake Isle since 2020. I did previously participate in PIT 31 hearings that took over a decade long of my life. It included almost identical situation here, rural residential Ag 1 lands located within a watershed, multiple wetlands adjacent to ES lands, and near an off-property mapped tributary, and as well was in the fringe location planning area. And as I mentioned, it was ultimately turned down due to incompatibility with the residential and also the environmental pieces. Okay, looks like I have control now. Oh, no, that didn't work. What just happened? My presentation just disappeared, sorry. Okay. Okay, there we go. So I did participate in the MDP 2008, and I was really proud of what came out there. We had a vision statement saying that we would be a sustainable community, environmental leader, livable community. We would practice sustainable development. We would embrace environmental stewardship, and we would establish unique community identity, and we would have regional cooperation and partnerships. And this would extend to the IDP that came into effect 2018-2019. Parkland County and Lac St. Anne County, under the direction of Section 631 of the Municipal Government Act, has agreed to jointly engage in an IDP. And this here, I don't believe, has been followed. As per this morning's comments, that Parkland County has yet to reply or comment. The IDP is actually a statutory plan under the Municipal Government Act. It's the strongest authority within Alberta, and it's not merely a policy document or a memorandum of understanding. It's a statutory plan that's been adopted by bylaw, and it's also required to prepare and adopt these plans within these adjacent communities unless exempted. And these parcels today do fall within this plan policy. As well, the goals of it is to identify, conserve environmental features, harmonize, confirm future land uses, enhance opportunities for increased quality of life, and to meet the required establishment established in the Municipal Government Act 631. It also states that the purpose of, sorry, I'm lost here. Also states that the purpose of land use, the purpose of aggregate resource extraction and processing AR district is to allow in appropriate locations in a manner that avoids conflicts with other land uses or negatively impacts on environmentally sensitive areas. This particular redistricting, this land is rural residential currently, and if redistricting was approved, all the land still outside of this application will still remain RR. The applicant's own background report includes lengthy details of almost a decade-long history of unresolved residential concerns and conflicts. More were mentioned today, and redistricting lands to aggregate extraction and processing would not only continue to ignore the residential concerns of impacts, but would only worsen them. The county's own residential policies require protection of rural lifestyle and buffering of gravel extraction from residential uses, and this application area is surrounded by existing residential development and lakeside communities. So this raises serious compatibility issues. Believe that there was incomplete package presented to you. It did not mention 631 as the governing legislation, and these lands that are up today do fall within map 3 of the IDP. As well, there are, sorry, I'm just gonna go here. This is a picture of the area. You can see there's at least 15 residential properties immediately surrounding the proposed area. As well, there's 4 mature, highly populated lakeside communities alongside Isle Lake. Municipal Guiding Principle 4 says to establish unique community identity by maintaining and enhancing the character of existing lakes and associated residential communities around them. Gravel extraction needs to be appropriately buffered, and also as per MDP, sustainable, page 118, sustainable development implies economic growth together with the protection of environment quality. The local topography, the site would sit 78 meters higher than Isle Lake, approximately 1 kilometer away. Dust settles with gravity and wind, with a high probability that the extraction operations will deposit particulate matter directly into the lake ecosystem. As well, this is also an important part that prior to surface and subsurface development, the applicable municipalities shall ensure that the applicants have provided and obtained permits for compliance with all municipal, provincial, and federal regulatory authorities. These lands, sorry, 1 minute, okay. So these lands here have been identified, as I mentioned, in the IDP map 3, and it's because they are within the watershed. I'm just going to skip right on to this part here where it says watershed management. Both municipalities shall recognize the importance of wetlands, riparian watercourses, and water bodies, and will collaborate when reviewing proposals which may impact the watershed within the plan area. So I have to respectfully ask administration to identify in today's public hearing where the required collaboration with Parkland County on the watershed management, including identifying watershed tributaries and the watershed tributaries, as well as the intended removal of wetlands, is documented in the records before council. And lastly, I just want to ask you to refuse this redistricting due to inappropriate development and land use based on Ag 1 land preservation, refused due to residential incompatibility, refused to riparian watershed and wetland protection, and also refuse due to potential loss of wetland policy, which number one, we should be avoiding. As well, I just want to stop and pause for a moment and acknowledge something we all can agree on. Aggregates are essential. We need sand and gravel to build our homes, roads, schools, and communities. But in 2026, we should also recognize that not every gravel deposit is equally appropriate for extraction. These lands are part of the Isle Lake watershed. They contain wetlands, tributaries, and environmentally sensitive features that work together as a connected ecosystem. If that sand and gravel is removed, then what happens with the natural systems that store, filter, and move that water through the watershed? Once that's excavated, those natural functions will be forever permanently altered unless proven otherwise. And the question before council is not whether we need aggregate. The question is whether removing aggregate from these lands will contribute to the overall health of the Isle Lake watershed and the surrounding communities.
Okay, I've asked you a minute, you're already
Yeah.
3 minutes over.
I'll go to my last slide.
So, okay, so I apologize, but I do appreciate your presentation, and we do have a full copy of
Yes.
everything there that we'll be going through, but I can't allow everyone to go over,
I understand, yeah.
okay?
Can I just finish my final comment?
I think you did.
Okay.
Well, give you 10 seconds to finish
Okay,
up.
here we are, 9 years into our county's 20-year vision, almost halfway, where we state that we will be an environmental leader. We focus on preserving unique character of water management around existing lakes and water bodies. Today's decision is not just one on land use, but will demonstrate how the county applies its vision, statutory plans, environmental stewardship, and commitments in practice. Protecting our water and our land and our ecosystems is not only a responsibility, but a privilege. To be an environmental leader isn't just a line in a vision statement, it's a conscious choice, so let your decision reflect not only compliance with the law, but commitment to stewardship, integrity, and future generations who will inherit what we choose to protect today. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of clarifications? No? Okay, thank you very much. So did we have anyone else that signed up for it?
Thank you through the chair, just the applicant to my understanding.
Okay, well, I will then call on the applicant to step forward and give his presentation. I think there were 2 signed up for that, right? Oh, how disappointing. You're leaving the most exciting part. All right, so, yeah.
I'll try and be right on 5. I'll try and be right on 5.
Okay. All right, so please state your name and carry on.
Okay. My name is John Thomas. I'm one of the owners of 214131 Enterprises Limited. And yeah, I'm here to speak to hopefully help get the redistricting passed too as well, sort of thing. So, and then I have, okay, be a little closer.
If you don't speak right into your mic, they can't hear online, so it's critical you speak loud
Okay.
and clear.
Do you want me to start over then, or? Okay, yeah. Just to, hopefully we get this redistricted after your decisions and stuff like that, and then we can move ahead with the development permit going forward. Also, I have with me Leslie Foy, who's with Aspen Land Group, that if there's any certain questions that you guys want to ask, that she's probably better prepared to answer them. Just to give you a little history of our company, we've been in the gravel business for about 40 years. We've operated in 3 different counties, Lacombe, Parkland, and Lac St. Anne. And we employ about 6 residents of Lac St. Anne that work for us pretty well full-time. They get 10 months of work during the year with us, and they've been with us for probably 10 to 15 years, the majority of them. We supply most of our aggregates towards the Edmonton market. when we're doing things. When we started here back in, we got approval for Parkland County, which is a quarter section that's adjacent to the Lac Ste. Anne ones, was in 2009. So we've been operating that pit for about 10, 12 years, adjacent to the Lac Ste. Anne properties and everything and stuff like that. So it's not as though we're new to the area. We've been here for quite a while. And then we've been across the highway on some properties too as well. So since about 2002 that we've been around this area and operating and things like that. So yeah. Some of the things that I just might want to mention about one of the concerns, we've worked with one of the adjacent landowners about a buffer system. And you just can't put it up against the property line. Sometimes if it's close to our operation, it works better and it reduces noise quite a bit. It might mean multiple buffers going forward, but you know, if it comes as a suggestion on our development permit, we're willing to do those things to help with mitigate some of the noise too as well. So yeah. And what about, I'm just trying to think. Do you guys have any questions about, like, you've looked at our package, right, and take a look at it, and if you have any questions about what we provided for information, or?
Well, yeah, any just questions of clarification? Well, or you can have it on the, what we had there too, the presentation.
Well, I have some questions, but is that your presentation?
Not all of it, no. No, I
So-
just thought I'd
Oh,
stop
do you want to
partway.
continue the presentation and then we'll ask the questions?
Okay, I'll just add a little bit more to it, that we have a permit from Alberta Environment that's been in place for quite a while, and some of the information that's in the new package was updated last year when we were trying to get this put through. We were, I tried to start applying for renewal of our development permit in 2023. And then we got to this point of in April of 25 is when I found out officially about the redistricting. I heard rumors before, but it never was presented to us that we had to redistrict to get our new development permit. So we scrambled to try and get all the information in as much as we could for the previous council too as well. So, but here we are today. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Did you want Leslie's
She can add some things,
presentation as well, and then
Yeah.
we'll go into clarification questions? They each have 5 minutes. It's two requests, yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to provide a bit of additional clarification. So as John has indicated, the pit has been permitted by Lac Ste. Anne County and Parkland County for quite some time. The pit is registered under the Code of Practice for Pits since 2009, and that's for the entirety of the pit boundary, both in Parkland and in Lac Ste. Anne County. Through the previous permitting process, the application had all the environmental studies, so the comprehensive EIA that was requested under the land use bylaw at the time. That was not only reviewed by your staff, it's reviewed by, some of those things were reviewed by environment, as well as at that time, Lac Ste. Anne County had a third-party environmental consultant. Some of the redistricting package shows the full quarter sections. However, the actual area of extraction and mining is not the same as what's in the redistricting package. And so in your spare time, I would highlight going to figure 3 on page 30 of our January 7th, 2026 submission. And it shows that adjacent residents have a 400-meter buffer applied. And then from there, the buffers John spoke to were actually berms to mitigate for noise. There is also a buffer along the drainage channel that's been referenced earlier today. So the pit in Lac Ste. Anne County is currently open and operating. So it's been active. It's not. It's there now. So
Can I interrupt 1 second here? I'm a little confused. You're saying the land that we are redistricting is already operating?
yes.
So, Trina, is that true?
Under a previous development permit, yes.
And was it redistricted at that? I'm a little confused of where we're at here now.
It was under the previous land use bylaw, and it received a development permit under the previous land use bylaw, and then the land use bylaw was amended, and then it became in non-conformance, which is why it's being brought forward.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. I'm still not really clear, but thank you.
Just to clarify that, it was rejected. Why? Because of the redistricting required?
What do you mean by it was rejected? It was not rejected. They have a permit for it. They have an active development permit just under the land use, under the old land use bylaw is what it was approved, and then it became in non-conformance when the new land use bylaw was enacted.
So what you're telling me is the development permit is now active and operating correctly,
Yes, that's right.
but they do not have the designated land use.
This is why it's being brought forward for redistricting.
Okay, thank you. Some clarification. Okay, continue on. Sorry for the interruption.
Well, I'll just, I think at that time when the land use bylaw was being amended to include aggregate resource extraction and processing as a district, many operators who are aware of it tried to work with administration to make sure that if they had a permit, that the redistricting was done while they were creating their maps. And as you'll hear from me quite a few times, is there was a few missed. And that's why we're here. So yeah, so the purpose is really to redistrict the land so that the renewal application can continue forward with the operation. Obviously, it's the Municipal Planning Commission's decision on whether or not they go renew the entire pit as currently approved or not. But in the end, reclamation of the current disturbance will still be required, which I believe would require redistricting anyway. And that's all I have to add to that, and we can take questions.
Okay, thank you. So, Council, just for clarification, the questions can be directed either of them. That's fine. Any questions? Barry?
When the environmental studies were done, did they pass? Were they approved? Everything was good? Has anything come back?
Yeah, so there's another environmental consultant doing the environmental permitting, and they went through the back and forth, not only with Lac St. Anne's environmental consultant at the time, but also those documents were produced to Alberta Environment, who provided their comments at that time to issue their authorizations under the provincial regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Dale?
So, you talked about it's currently operating. Is that on one of these quarters, or is it on all the quarters?
It's on one quarter, one in the middle on the bottom.
So can you give the legal land description of that quarter?
Would that be 36? What I try to do when I'm mining my operations, I try and go in straight lines. Then I move up a bench, go back and forth, instead of kind of going all over the place. And so once we left Parkland County, the next level was to go into the lower part of that corridor in Lac St. Anne, sort of thing, that we're up about 2 or 3 stages now on that quarter section. But we haven't gone to any ones on the sides.
So for the record, can I get that land description listed, please?
Is it Southeast 35, 5305? Yeah.
Thank you. So my next question would be with respect to the impacts that is, what do you propose to do for dust control?
Water in the area of the pit. We've watered down below where the loaders run. The loaders will run on the floor of at the bottom of the gravel is where they go. And if it gets too dusty, because it's not beneficial for our equipment to be sucking all that dust into the air filters. So if it's really bad, we'll do dust control down there. The piles, usually it's the sand. What happens also, I'll explain another operation that we do. When we set up our crushing plant, we have one side is elimination of some sand and things like that. So we try and put it, right now it goes to the west. And so sometimes those piles get up 20, 30 feet in height. But they also work as a buffer for our equipment, for the people to the west that they can't hear it after a while. So the dust doesn't around the crushing plant, and it also blocks winds coming into us too as well, sort of thing. And for going out with trucks, we'll water, because we have to do road maintenance on Range Road 51 for the county. We'll water inside the pit areas as well too, for that as well too. So we normally don't see dust go very far past some of the buildings that are there. They might go about 300 meters or 200 meters from the plant and stuff. So it's not as though it's a big dust storm that shows up.
I'm going to interject just for a sec, and I need some clarification. I don't know if it's from Ann or from Trina, but I think these details, they're the next step, right? We're talking about strictly redistricting.
Yeah.
And that is the next step. We're going to be here days if we discuss all of that.
Okay.
So I just, it's solely redistricting we're talking about. And then the next step is going to be the permitting, right? So the permitting is where this discussion happens. And then residents will have if we were to redistrict and then you permit, then that will again have a public hearing. Am I right?
No, sorry. It will be presented to the Municipal Planning Commission for consideration. There will be an appeal process attached to that as well.
Exactly, sorry,
Yep.
that's sort of, yeah, there is process there. But all I'm saying is that we need to, the only questions we need here is whether or not we redistrict and not those details.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just a clarification on that.
Go ahead.
So in the redistricting process, we're not concerned about the effects of the proposed development?
As I said, the redistricting is one level. The permitting deals with all of the other stuff. Yeah. So the answer is yes. If that's the way I understand it. Yeah.
Sorry, could you just clarify that one more time?
Who's asking me?
Sorry, could you just clarify your last statement there one more time? The effects
Oh, okay. I'll accept that. I mean, the fact is that we are only doing redistricting. The permitting procedure is totally different. That gets into all the details and what it may or may not be approved, what the conditions are. There might be a whole page full of conditions, and that's where that discussion takes place. Okay?
another word effect. Like the effects of the actions would then conclude a decision of the proposed.
Well, anything like this goes through a process, but we can't be, one goes at a time. And you,
That's not true because we're here.
okay, I'm going to call you out of order, all right? I asked you to respect the chair, and at the end, I will be asking for anyone else who wants to speak. If you want to come up and make a presentation at that time, that's acceptable. But I can't be taking messages or comments out of the crowd at this time, all right? I think I laid out the parameters of the public hearing in a very clear and concise manner, and we do have to follow those rules. I went outside, I allowed you to speak, but we're not having a debate. The council is not in favor or against this. Council is taking in information, but we're not debating. We'll take the information from those for and those against, and that's where we're at. Okay? Sorry, I can't, I'm not going to continue on without, it's not you, it's someone else is asking as well. Okay? So I do continue. If there's any clarification that council is asking for, that's what I'll accept. But I can't accept people in the audience interjecting. Thank you. Barry?
This might help clarify. It's a two-step process, okay? We can choose or not to choose to redistrict, but at the end of the day, the MPC is going to decide if the permit would go through. Am I correct on that?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so that might clarify a few things.
All right, thank you. Okay, are you finished then? I have no more questions to you. I appreciate your presentation as well. And so we'll move on into our, where's my cheat sheet?
Okay, thank you for listening to us. Appreciate it. We're finished, right?
You're finished, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Okay, so council has finished asking their questions, but we have no more registered speakers. So I will invite anyone else present to either online or in attendance that wishes to make a presentation. And again, I will be strict on the 5-minute rule. I've been very generous. I'm going to Lauren, you want to speak again? Sorry, I will not accept any comments from back there. If you want to come up to the mic, I will present it. It needs to be everyone can hear what you're saying. And anyone speaking from out there, the public can't hear it.
I just wanted to make a comment regarding the impacts. Because these lands fall within the IDP proposal area, it does say that you have to collaborate when reviewing proposals. So that would include even a redistricting proposal. So that impact should have been conducted under 7.7 watershed management. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Anyone else that wishes to present? Please come up, state your name and place of residence.
My name's Maddie. I'm just south of Onaway. I just have 2 quick questions, and I kind of backtracking on what that conversation just was. So you had asked if the effects on the environment play a role in determining redistricting. And that's where I didn't really understand the answer. Like, does the effects of what not necessarily what the future plans of this proposal are, but does that not affect, like, environmental and whatnot affect the redistricting decision?
Well, all the information that we receive, council will take a look at that. It includes the overall environment, but it does not include the details of how to deal with stuff.
Okay, so the redistricting, again, just to clarify, the redistricting is based on environmental impacts and everything as a whole?
Yeah, it's the whole picture.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just clarification on the proposal that's being made for this project. Is it an expanding into the areas that they're asking for the redistricting on? Is that for an expansion of their currently operating pit, or is that to turn more land into a gravel pit in that area?
Okay, I want to once again say we're only talking about redistricting.
Okay, that's
and
that's
that really has nothing to do with
okay.
with actually doing the permitting.
Okay.
So yes, if those 5 quarters or whatever are redistrict, I'm assuming that there will be a presentation forward to get a permit.
Okay, so essentially, is any of the land that they're asking to redistrict not an operating pit? I think that's a question for them more
Again,
specific.
it's not a debate. We'll take a look at that. And
didn't think
I
it was a
understand
debate.
there's 1 quarter operating, but I don't.
That's my
yeah,
question.
That's what I understood from the presentation.
Okay, and can they answer that, or?
I can have
just-
clarification. Is that true, John? Where's John?
Just 1 quarter is being
Oh,
operated, so you're
Just
asking
1
to
quarter is
redistrict-
being operated? Again, People have to hear this, and so I just actually wanted a yes or no. Is just the one quarter is being operated at the present time? Okay, there you have your answer.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay,
Thank you. Okay, any further submissions? One more. Please state your name and.
My name is Wayne Baumgartner. I live Township Road 540 and 765. I'm back again. I was here last year. I definitely don't want this to go forward, as I stated last year. So there was a lot of concerns brought up last year at this meeting. I know that there's some new council members here this year. I know from speaking to previous council members on this matter last year, I know there was to some degree truth to some of the concerns that were brought forward. That's what I was told. This map I received here clearly shows a large water course coming from the properties directly into Lake Isle. My experience since I've lived, and I own my property, I've been there since 2002. When the mine across the street was dewatering, my well was terrible. And that was substantially further away than where this is being presented. Since the mine has stopped, my well has improved significantly. This, in my opinion, is going to directly affect my property. Not only the quality of the water, it's going to affect my property value. I'm not sure when the council is last driven down 51 or Township Road 540 west of 765. The road's terrible. It's brutal. I realize that the truckers are not supposed to be coming down 540, but let's face it, they get turned around. They come down my road often. I do not want this, and neither do my neighbors. There's just too much. I understand that, yes, people need to make an income. Yes, I understand we need sand, we need gravel. This is too risky. This is all land that's above Lake Isle. Our lakes within Lac St. Anne County and Parkland County are under severe stress. This is not going to help. This is going to be a detriment to the lake, to the properties around the lake, and to the properties that are directly involved with this extraction. I provide for my family hunting. This will directly affect the wildlife in this area. I do not know who I am supposed to hand these in. If somebody could help me out. These were all circulated in the through the post office, and these are my formal objections to this operation. I ask that you guys, if you're able to speak to some of your previous council members with regards to some of the concerns that were brought up with this last year, so that maybe you can get some more clarification now that they're out of the limelight, to ask them what the concerns were and what exactly did and did not happen. Things did happen that were not supposed to happen, and I know this. You need to look into this a little bit further, please, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could you, if you want to put that into the record, if you'll hand that over here, and that'll be distributed to council, so that'll be part of the record. Thank you very much for your presentation. Any further presentations? Once again, please use the mic, state your name and where you live.
My name is Adam Meek. I live on 52, just north of the old Ball's General Store there. So this whole system here is very new, not fully understanding what's going on here. We've got alleged that there's been permits given. We've had statements that everything is as to. Last year, the applicant, when we sat through his open house, said that there was no watershed. This wasn't on watering grounds, which then leads to the question of what environmental impact was done on this. According to, I believe, yours or Alberta's regulations, the environmental impact should be done before mining permits, which would make sense to me. You would have your approvals in place. The Googling that I was able to do, I wasn't able to find any of these environmental impacts. I don't fully know if there's certain permits to allow you to go look at it or certain permits that allow you to mine 800 yards deep. I don't know how this works. But there has certainly been a lot of question of liabilities, of concerns, and the statements that have been made in and around this project aren't accurate. We know, as stated just before us, that the dust doesn't travel too far. Under Alberta's own silica poisoning, which is now, it's a poison, you can't see silica. Anybody that's worked in any sort of industrial and sat through one of the trainings, you know you can't see these hazards. So how are we measuring this? How are we coming up with the information that we are supposed to make a cognitive and good, proper decision on? We've sat through meetings, we've taken days off work, we have come and attended these things, and these basic, simple questions have still not been answered. So I'm wondering of just, there's concern, there's liabilities, right? Everybody here, your own agreements state that you can be personally held liable for actions taken beyond your capacity. So I'm just wanting to get clarification on this whole project of were all the steps completed properly with good, accurate information before these permits were allocated, or were these permits allocated for a different aspect of practice of what they're doing on the lands that they're on right now? And that's simply everything I have. I don't have much, but I think everybody's looking for some solid clarification of what has happened to get to where we are today. And if wrongdoing has been done, if it was fraudulent at the start, it is still fraudulent now. And we need that information to be able to make a cognitive choice on the actions taken leaving this meeting.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. All right, any further attendants that would like, anyone online who would like to make a presentation? Oh, okay.
My name's Dave Vowell, Range Road 52. It's our fence line, so this is going to be right across the road from us. I've been in the mining industry for 27 years, and how the dust just stops after so many meters is not true, and the noise is going to be horrendous. It's going to affect my family, my children, my grandchildren, and I'm really concerned about the health risks and the water issues with the wells, because I've seen personally dewatering, what it has done to wells, and I'm totally against this from my experience, so I'm not impressed at all with it at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. All right, with that, seeing no one else, I would like to move on, and seeing that I'm not hearing any other people coming forward, I'd like to thank everyone who came forward to speak and shared their perspectives and what they thought about this. Council appreciates the respectful participation, and I will now declare the public meeting for bylaw 22-2017-02-2006 closed, and the time is 11 o'clock. I don't think so. I declared it closed. I don't think we need a motion to close it. Yeah, we don't need a motion to close it. I declared it closed. Yeah, okay. Can we take, we'll take 5 minutes and we'll start the next public hearing in 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order, and we're going to agenda item 5.4, and that's the public hearing for our for bylaw 22-2017-03-2026. So very much the same as the last one, but seeing this is a new one, I'm going to go through the procedures again. And so I would like to call this public meeting to order. My name is Reeve Jürgen Proikschas, and I am joined by members of council and administration of Lac St. Anne County. The public hearing has been scheduled in accordance with the Municipal Government Act of Alberta to hear submissions regarding bylaw number 22-2017-03-2026. It's being a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw by redistricting northwest of 3353, this is right, west of the 5th Meridian, northeast 335303 west of the 5th, and southwest of 345303 west of the 5th, from Agriculture 1 to Agriculture Resource Extraction and Processing District. The purpose of the hearing is public hearings must follow principles of procedural fairness. The purpose of this public hearing is to provide an opportunity for anyone who believes they may be affected by this proposed rezoning to present their views to council. I want to emphasize that council has not made a decision on this matter. Members of council are here to listen carefully and fairly for anyone who believes they may be affected by this proposed rezoning to present their views to council. I want to emphasize that council has not made a, did I say that already? Acknowledging public interest. We recognize that this application has generated significant interest and strong opinions within the community. We appreciate the time and effort residents have taken to participate in the process. At the same time, I would remind everyone that this is a formal statutory hearing, not a debate. The goal is to ensure all voices are heard in a respectful and orderly manner. Council may control procedure and relevance, redirect and limit repetitive or abusive comments, and may control those that violate procedure rules. The hearing will proceed as follows. Once again, it'll be administration will provide an overview of the application, including planning and analysis, policy context, and background. Public submissions, and that's will be allowed, and those in favor will speak first, followed by those opposed. Registered speakers will be invited forward in order. Each speaker will have 5 minutes. Please clearly state your name for the record. Please clearly state if you're in favor of the rezoning application or in opposition of the rezoning. Written submissions received prior to this hearing will form part of the official record. Applicant presentation, the applicant or their representative will have the opportunity to speak on the proposal. And questions from council, council members may ask questions for clarification. This is not a forum for debate or back and forth between speakers. Additional speakers, after registered speakers, I will invite anyone else to present who wishes to speak. I understand this is an issue people feel strongly about. We are committed to ensuring everyone has the opportunity to be heard, and that requires maintaining respectful conduct throughout the hearing. Given the level of interest in this matter, I would ask everyone to observe the following. All comments must be directed through the chair, not other individuals. Please be respectful of differing viewpoints. Applause, interruptions, or displays of support or opposition are discouraged so that all participants feel comfortable speaking. Comments should relate specifically to the rezoning application. If necessary, I will pause the hearing to ensure order is maintained. Once the public hearing is closed, council will not receive any further submissions on this matter. Council may choose to deliberate and make a decision either later today or at a future meeting. At this time, I will ask administration to present an overview of bylaw number 22-2017-03-2026.
Through the chair. Administration will now read into record a summary of the proposed rezoning application and comments or concerns. The background. Council gave first reading to bylaw 22-2027-03-2026 on May 14th of 2026, and that was to rezone the aforementioned lands from Ag 1 to AR. Much like the other one, administration is confident in their review of governing legislation that the process for rezoning a parcel of land has been adhered to and that the application is presented in accordance with Section 216.4 of the Municipal Government Act. Existing aggregate operations were previously approved under development permit number 13-D0019 under the previous land use bylaw. Since initially approved, the land use bylaw was amended and the subject lands became in non-conformance with the new county land use bylaw. When an application was received on May 23rd, it was inherent that the lands needed to be rezoned from Ag 1 to AR to ensure that the lands are in conformance with the land use bylaw and to support existing use and activity that was approved, as well as for consideration of future development permit applications for aggregate resource extraction and processing. Summary of notice to adjacent landowners. There was an open house September 29th of 2011 and December 2nd, 2025. First reading was given July 17th, 2025 under the previous council. Public hearing August 14th of 2025. Second reading August 14th of 2025. New council, the process begins again. First reading, May 14th of 2026. Public hearing notice was given May 20th of 2026 and was mailed to 300 landowners within Lac St. Anne County and Parkland County within a 2-mile radius. Comments were to be received by 4:30 p.m. on June 9th. Public hearing notice was emailed to Parkland County May 28th of 2026, and as of June 9th, no comments have been received in favor of or in opposition of. Notice was also advertised in the Lac St. Anne Bulletin, June 1st and 8th editions. Advertisement along with proposed bylaw was also available on our website. The information that was included on our website was a draft bylaw, redistricting referral letters, application for redistricting, redistricting background information, and public comments that were received as of June 2nd. Here we are today, the public hearing, June 11th of 2026. Comments received in opposition to the rezoning application. One letter was submitted and has been included in your agenda. An email dated May 27th of 2026 expressing concerns regarding the use of the lands and the environmental impact. Comments and concerns received will be taken into consideration and will form part of the development permit application review and approval process. It should be noted that the use would be considered discretionary and the development permit application will be subject to review and due diligence. The application will be presented to the Municipal Planning Commission for consideration. Should the development permit application be approved, it is subject to appeal. Comments in this regard are also available on our website. Comments from adjacent municipality, Parkland County. No comments received as of June 9th, 2026. Comments received in favor of the application, nil. This concludes administration summary.
Okay, thank you very much, Trina. Any clarification questions? Dale?
Through the chair, can administration explain why these lands were left AG1 when the new land use bylaw was created?
Through the chair, administration has no history at this time.
Thank you. Second question I have through administration, is this solely to align it with the new zoning?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions of clarification? Thank you very much for your presentation. I will now, do we have anyone that's registered to speak?
Thank you. Through the chair, we have in favor representatives of 153148 Alberta Limited, Grant Wall and or Lucas Bodner, and then we have the applicant as well.
Oh, sorry. Is there anyone opposed to it that would like to make a presentation? That isn't, okay, please come forward then. Yeah, I saw that. Please state your name and, yeah, preferably where you live. Doesn't have to be exact. Please put on your mic and speak clearly and into the mic.
My name is Ben Hillman, and I'm opposed to it because of reasons of, like, I live right beside, and we have wells that could get affected, and the noise and the dust, and their plan of the watershed isn't very clear, and they wanted to leave like open ponds against peat soils and the disruption of all the environmental and animals, and I guess that's kind of my big concerns. And I just had a letter from another neighbor. I don't know who, is there somebody that...
Well, you're still within your 5 minutes if you want to read it, or you could hand
I'm
it
not
over
the best
to...
speaker, so maybe I'd like to pass
Well,
it
if
on
you'd pass it on there, it'll become part of the submissions.
So
Just, I will allow that. Generally speaking, though, just for anyone, really written submissions should be presented prior to the hearing so that it can be all there. But I think we want to encourage people to engage in the process, so I will allow you to hand that in there, and then we will get that letter in the future.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Do I-
No, yeah. Okay, and there was another request there. Again, please state your name and where you live.
My name is Maddie Ray Prima. I'm on Range Road 21. In regards to the rezoning, I strongly oppose the proposed rezoning of AG agricultural district land to aggregate resource extraction. Agricultural land is one of Lac St. Anne County's most valuable and irreplaceable resources. Once it's rezoned and excavated, it can never truly be returned to the way that it was. If we continue converting productive agricultural land into gravel pits and aggregate extraction sites, we are gradually losing the very foundation of our rural community. Many residents choose to live in Lac St. Anne County because of the peaceful country lifestyle, open spaces, the natural beauty, and the wildlife that runs through our yards. We invest in our homes and our properties with the expectations that we would be surrounded by farmland, wildlife, and quiet enjoyment that comes with rural living. Living. Industrial aggregate extraction is fundamentally incompatible with that. The noise, the dust, everything that comes with having these on your or near your properties. While aggregate resources may provide short-term economic benefits, the long-term impacts of residents on and the county must also be considered. Gravel pits bring increased truck traffic, dust, noise, vibrations, environmental concerns, and disruption to wildlife and surrounding landowners. It impacts our waters and our property values, quality of life, and the enjoyment of our homes for decades. I'm also concerned about the precedent that this decision will set for future applications. If the council approves the rezoning of agricultural land to excavations, in this case, it sends a message that agricultural zoning is not being protected, and that similar applications may be approved just on that basis. Sorry. The future applicants will undoubtedly point to this decision as justification for additional gravel pits and industrial developments on agricultural land throughout the county. Each approval may seem like a single project, but every time these decisions are made, they can permanently alter the landscape, the character, and the way of life for the residents that came here to enjoy it. If agricultural lands continue to be rezoned for industrial use, that will remain what will remain of the farming communities that we have and that we moved here for. Council's decision today will shape the future of the county for generations. I encourage you to carefully consider not only the impacts of this specific application, but also the cumulative effects of approving similar developments in the future. Once agricultural land is lost, it's lost. Lac St. Anne County should prioritize protecting agricultural land, supporting rural families, preserving wildlife habitat, and maintaining the quiet rural character that makes this such a desirable place to live. I respectfully ask council to reject the rezoning application and protect the long-term interests of residents in agricultural land that Lac St. Anne is.
Thank you very much. Any questions or clarification? Seeing none, okay, you'd like to make a presentation?
Right, on behalf of my daughter, she's out of the country right now. She lives on Range Road 33 right across.
Welcome. Come to the mic and state your name and who you're representing. Please put your mic on, yeah.
Right
There
hand?
you are.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
My name's Bob Warren. I'm representing my daughter Amy Warren and my son-in-law Brad Whalen. They live on Range Road 33 across from some of the processing that will take place just south of the Drews property. And a number of the concerns, this lady addressed one, is obviously pricing. The kids were looking at selling soon because their kids have grown up. This is going to negatively impact their 7-acreage property and may make it harder to sell. The safety concern is not what it used to be because the kids have grown up, but down the road there is. And the question of 30 full loads, 30 empty loads going up and down the road will impact that, as well as at Highway 16. You know, we've seen a gravel pit or a truck go across, and unfortunately it was going on Highway 16 west and hit a car, and this was a couple of years back, and some people were deceased from it. But the safety part is key, and the question here is, Mr. Wall had told me that the road will go up through the Drews property, come on to 33, and then the trucks will go back south to Highway 16, which goes past the acreage. So, of course, that's the 60 trucks a day, half loaded, half not loaded. The other question is the road upgrade, because Mr. Wall and I were chatting about that, and he was concerned about costs. He'd had a consultant apparently look at it. He did talk about widening it, but as you well know, where the inland road had to be upgraded, that was quite a project because of the bog underneath. So the question is, what will happen there, because the asphalt has already been breaking up, and those trucks will bounce around, and then there's more safety issues, and then the road will deteriorate. So that's another one. And water, we don't know what's happening there because the inland pit may have affected water. With the gravel pits going in, it's hard to trace who's doing what anymore. Even though the gravel pits have been doing some of their own water work. So basically, noise, there will be some noise, although Mr. Wall said, like with the trucks when they're backing up, they're using a white noise, not beepers. And dust, very little. A truck compliant process, I'm not sure what that means, but he said they have a truck compliant process, which I assume is mechanical and safety. But basically, there are these few issues, and unfortunately, last time when we came to the meeting, we had talked about sending a letter into Tanya, but had just not gotten to doing it. And then all of a sudden, my daughter received this letter of notice, and she was already heading out of the country. So those are just a few of the questions at this point that, comments that I'm forwarding on her behalf. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. All right, any others? Yeah, one more there. Please, once again, turn the mic on, state your name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Sandy Swartz. I currently live on Range Road 35 and 542. Although this doesn't directly affect me, but I'm wondering where it's going to stop. I am also concerned about where the unsightly, the big ponds that they've got. That I understand people are supposed to reclaim when they're doing stuff. Well, that sticks out like a sore thumb. You have farmland, that agricultural land that's being turned into something else. So it's almost like they're trying to push the farmer out. So where does it stop? Where, like I said, it doesn't directly affect me, but if it affects around me, wildlife, cattle, roads. Range Road 33 is bad enough as it is. It stops where Burnco stopped their thing, and the rest of 33 is hammered out. I've been on that road quite a few times. I address the concerns of the drivers and the way the roads are kept. So my concern is, where does it stop? Are we going to be coming? There's going to be another. They want to go further to the north, so where does it stop? This is farmland. It just seems like it keeps getting turned to something else. So that's my concern. I don't think that they have to continue pushing, and it seems to me like almost pushing the farmers out just for what they're doing. That's my concerns. I think our wildlife, I just think it's getting too much. So thank you.
Once again, state your name and then give us your presentation.
Yeah, my name is Grant Wall. I'm the general manager of G&J, who owns 153. We've been in business for 62 years in the Edmonton area. We're a family-run business. We do mostly paving, concrete work, but got some gravel pits just as a downstream process. It flowed with the business. So I just wanted to clarify that this is about redistricting of this gravel pit, which was zoned AG with a discretionary use gravel pit. At the time, that was what all gravel pits in Lac St. Anne County had to be under. We got notified that the zoning bylaw had changed, so that's why we're here. It was all the land. It's been a very confusing process because we've been in constant contact with the surrounding neighbors who are calling us multiple times now saying, what is going on? I'm getting a notice in the mail. But nothing in our mind has changed other than the zoning changed, which is why we're here. Everything, all the environmental studies, the traffic impact assessments, everything was done and approved by Alberta Environment. When it was originally permitted, we didn't get the approval from Alberta Environment until 2018, and it was right before when COVID happened. So when COVID occurred, it was hard on businesses. We own and we operate other gravel pits as well. So we had to scale back on what our workload would be, so we didn't actually start crushing in this gravel pit. So it's not an active mining site, which is why the road isn't upgraded. But it's all part of the process and the permit that went before we're able to haul any gravel out, we have to upgrade 33. So that's all been approved as part of our permit. I know traffic, noise, dust, and water are always concerns of neighbors. We try and stay in contact with the neighbors as much as possible and mitigate any concerns we have. Because this pit we're not actively crushing out of it, it's a hard thing to say what our track record is, but with our other gravel pit in Strathcona County, we went through this process, and in our permit, we had 6 appellants. In the last renewal, we had only 1 appellant, and 3 of the appellants from the first appeal actually spoke in our favor. And so I have a couple letters that they wrote, because we do care about what the neighbors think and what they have to deal with. One appellant from the first wrote a letter saying, "I've been totally impressed and appreciated of Ryan Brown, who is our gravel pit manager. He has gone over and above any requests, issues, or concerns." From another appellant, he wrote, "I live 100 meters from the worst possible intersection where my trucks are stopping and starting. They have been very responsive to all concerns and easy to communicate with. The crushing noise has been minimal as they have berms protecting me and the trucking activity." Another appellant who spoke in our favor said, "So far, the gravel pit is not a problem at all. Mr. Wall is very considerate and cooperative and does his best to ensure that all concerns are taken care of." So, again.
Okay, thank you very much. Question for clarification?
Just curious, what are the date of those letters?
One is October 3rd, 2022. January 4th, 2023, and December 12th of 2022.
And were those in the package that we received?
No, sorry, these are from our other gravel pit that's operating.
Oh, okay.
But no, they're not in this one.
Okay, any further questions, Dale?
Yeah, when were you notified about the change in the bylaw?
I'm not actually sure. We got notified that there may be something coming. This was a few years ago, and when, again, I wasn't the one directly in contact with county, but through our meetings, it sounded like we were going to deal with it at the renewal of the permit. So that would have been 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Barry?
So to clarify, you have a permit currently, then now we changed the land use bylaw, now you're here to redo it, I guess.
That's right. So in our mind, we're operating like any other business under the proper approvals, and then the law changed, which now we're trying to get in line with.
Okay, Bo?
You mentioned that according to your approvals, you had to upgrade Range Road 33. What did that involve?
I'll let Leslie speak more to that. She has the details on it, but it's making it suitable for truck traffic. So right now it's not, absolutely. There's potholes and damage that are currently on it, but it involves widening and paving.
And which portion of Range Road 33 are we talking about?
It's in our materials that we provided, but it's basically from our pit entrance going south.
So nothing going north?
It might extend a little farther north of our pit, but it's basically to allow our trucks to exit south. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? All right, thank you very much for your presentation. All right, I'll open the floor one more time. Oh, you're speaking as well for the applicant? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I see that my present.
Please
oh,
state your
yes,
name again,
I'm
please.
Leslie Foy with Aspen Land Group. I am the consultant, their consultant who prepared the redistricting and development renewal applications. I do have these images. They'll just have to be zoomed out a bit so the full context can be seen. And then I'll refer to the drawings as I get to them. So just to add on Grant's presentation, we're here on lands that have already been permitted for sand and gravel extraction. When they received their development permit, it did go through appeal, and the SDAB upheld the decision. And in that decision, they indicated that the expiry date or the operating term was tied to 10 years following receipt of the provincial approvals, which were received in 2018. So, as we've heard many times today, at the time of the original permit submission, aggregate extraction and processing was a discretionary use under the land use bylaw for agricultural district. At that time, the applicant completed the environmental assessments required under the land use bylaw at the time, which are generally consistent with today's current land use bylaw. In April 2025, we prepared the development permit renewal application, at which time administration had told us that it no longer conformed with the land use bylaw and we would have to submit a redistricting application. So that's why we're here now, to redistrict them, or redesignate them. So generally speaking, the operation proposed remains consistent with what was permitted. So we're talking soil salvage, extraction of sand and gravel and clay, aggregate processing, which includes crushing and washing, screening of aggregate material, hauling, and progressive reclamation. If we can just go to drawing 1, I think that's the one before this. The main change to the application that's occurring is we are reducing the pit boundary to remove undeveloped Township Road 540 as the Wild Water Commission pipeline has now been installed within that right-of-way. So we've had to remove that area from the pit boundary. We revised the plans to ensure that we're in a safe working distance from that pipeline as guided by Wild Water Commission. So staying on this.
Just on that map there, which is 540? I can't.
Oh,
read it.
sorry, I meant,
On
it's
the
that
top,
red area.
Phase 2, Phase 1, the one above
Yeah,
that?
so it's that
Yeah,
highlighted red area above phase
Okay.
1 and phase
Yep.
2 that has
Sure.
now been removed.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, sorry about that. So as you can see, the operations are going to be phased in sequence into 3 main phases. Within each phase, the stock or sight and sound barriers and berms will be placed around the perimeter using reclamation material to act as a sight and sound barrier. From there, smaller mining blocks within each phase will be mined in progression, and as extraction progresses, they will be reclaimed after aggregate is removed. So the progressive reclamation is occurring. From there, the processed material is proposed to only be hauled south down Range Road 33 to Highway 16. So you can see where the pit access is. It's highlighted in yellow on this drawing, and that's where trucks will enter and exit from both phase 2 and phase 3. Going to the next drawing, it will show the length of the haul route. Prior to hauling, as Grant had indicated, it's understood that the portion of Range Road 33 that has not been upgraded will have to be upgraded to withstand the truck traffic. And that would be from the pit entrance to where Heidelberg had upgraded their roads on the road on Range Road 33. Additionally, addition to that, it's understood there's going to be a haul road agreement needed with both municipalities, Lac St. Anne and Parkland County. The overall operation plan accounts for environmental protection, groundwater monitoring, traffic management, dust, noise, weed management, and progressive reclamation throughout the sites. Without going into details, those are in the development permit application that's available on the website. All the supporting studies have been submitted to Alberta Environment Protection, or protected areas, for authorization under the Code of Practice for Pits and Water Act. Through this process, the studies have been reviewed and updated where applicable. The 2026, so we have revised the development permit application with applicable updates to the groundwater, traffic, noise, biophysical conditions, public engagement, and the operations reclamation plan in our submission. As noted, there's been 2 open houses for this pit, one prior to the development permit and one in December of last year. The concerns raised were consistent between, relatively consistent between both open houses and were related to the road conditions and concerns about the road not being upgraded, groundwater impacts, noise, and dust. Additionally, we had a few requests about potential job opportunities. In response to the application, or in response to these concerns, we had revised the development permit application to include a sight and sound barrier along the northeast corner of phase 2. So sorry if we can go back to the drawing. Just go up. There was a resident who asked for an additional berm, which we included. We also maintain the continued groundwater monitoring program. Groundwater monitoring has been occurring even though there's no activities on site to date. And so we have established quite a baseline. As mentioned, we have a registration and a Water Act approval. They're all, everything required by AP is in place. And yeah, so although the pit remains inactive and unopened, it continues to be a viable aggregate resource for Lac St. Anne County and surrounding area. The intent is to open the pit when the market is favorable, and so that the pit can be operated ongoing and not intermittently. So in closing, we hope this redistricting application is approved to align with the land use designation within the current land use bylaw, so the previous development permit can be renewed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Just one clarification question. Range Road 33, talking about the upgrade, and I thought I'd heard that that included paving of that portion?
Correct. Yeah.
Yes, okay, just, I wanted to be sure I heard that right. Okay. Any other questions of clarification? Barry?
What do you propose would be your start date for this? You said when markets are favorable.
That's not a me question. Sorry.
We don't know what the start date would be. It could be in the next couple of years, hopefully in the next couple of years. But it depends what jobs come up and what the opportunities are. When we do open, like we want to keep going and not have to slow down or shut off when we do that. So ideally, it would be in the next couple of years, 1 to 2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Ed?
How many years you got in that pit for extraction?
Again, it depends on what the demand is. It could be, well, right now, I think we're applying for a 10-year permit. That'd be great if we can get it in 10 years. It might be 15.
Thank you. Dale?
So then, just a clarification, you haven't really determined how much gravel's there?
No, we do. What we don't know is how much demand there'll be. if we sell 500,000 tons a year or 1 million tons in a year. Again, you go through spouts like COVID where the demand drastically dries up, and then it extends the life of the pit.
Mike?
Well, your intent is once you start, you want to just get it done? Because people don't want to, we don't want to be there for 25 years. People just, if you just go in there and get it done, they'd probably be.
Absolutely. So we have a mining plan with a progressive mining plan that usually we're opening 1 to 2 per year. So we follow that sequencing. The issue is we can't open more than what's allowed in the plan because we have to progressively mine and we have too much disturbed area. Then we run into issues with our bonds with Alberta Environment. So there are rules around how much we're able to do at a time. But absolutely, if we're open, we're a business, we want to be as efficient as possible and move as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you. Bo?
So what is the estimated amount of gravel that you're looking at there in that area?
I don't know the volume offhand, but it is in the application packages, the reserves.
In the one we have here? in
Yeah,
front of us?
online. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? If not, thank you. Oh, sorry, Barry. You're so small there.
Yeah. You're using the word progressive reclamation. I haven't heard a gravel company use that before, so clarify that for me, if you could.
Yeah, so when we take the gravel out of one mining block, what we'll do is when we move into the next mining block, we take the dirt and topsoil, all the clay, and we flip that into the hole we just filled. And so as we move, we're continually turning it back into farmland. So we only have ideally 2 mining blocks open at a time. That one is extracted, all the gravel's been taken out, and the next one is being excavated and filling the one we were just in. So even at our gravel pit we're operating right now, we have about half a quarter section that was mined that is now actually being farmed and planted in canola right now.
That'll be good to see.
Good, thank you. Bo?
So those lands that are being reclaimed, do they get redistricted at that time? Do you turn them over back to Ag 1? Do you apply for that application?
I'm not entirely sure with the redistricting process that once the reclamation certificate is issued by Alberta Environment, what the county does. But drawing 3, which I didn't speak to, shows the reclamation plan. And the intent is to go back to agricultural.
Okay, further questions? If not, thank you very much for your presentation, and I will ask for one more time if there's anyone else who would like to speak for or against. Seeing none, I will declare that the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. And I will, well, I talked about that before already, but we will not be receiving further submissions. So once the public hearing is closed, we have all the information. We will be taking a look at all of it, and we do really appreciate that everyone attended and their participation. And with that, I'll declare public hearing for bylaw number 22, 2017, 0326 closed at, what is it, 11:50. All right, that takes us back to our agenda. So is, yeah, I don't know, what time's hot dog time? In 5 minutes? Okay, so what can we do in 5 minutes, or do we adjourn now? On what? Fire service, take more, Randy will take more than 5 minutes. Yeah.
Through the chair, we could adjourn for half an hour and come back at 12:30 because we still got quite a bit on the agenda and perhaps only take a half an hour.
Okay, let's do that. Let's adjourn now, and for those online as well, we will return at 12:30. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're ready to resume our council meeting for today. We're going to jump to 8A, no, 8(1)A1, I guess, assessment and taxation. So I'm going to hand it over to Rob, and we'll do his first.
Good afternoon, councillors. So the item I have today is for the approval of the public auctions terms and conditions. This is something that happens yearly that needs to be approved of before the sale can go through. The terms and conditions are attached as well. Without going into a whole bunch of detail, it's as is, where is. We need to show that GST is going to be collected. If you keep scrolling down, please. Keep going. One more page. There we go. So there's conditions on payment. So a certain amount is, of course, required on the day of the sale, and then the balance due in 30 days. Again, we're saying it as is, where is, that sort of thing. So at any rate, does anybody have any questions about those terms and conditions?
So anyone with a question? Do you have a list of items yet, or that comes out later?
So we will have that list of items a little bit later in the year. What'll happen is the properties that are on the list will be posted here internally. I can't give you exact date, but it will be happening soon. And then it has to be advertised to the Alberta Gazette, and then it has to be advertised locally. All of that happens towards the end of the year, with the sale happening on the last day, or the last Friday of November.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that everyone was aware of what the process was.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Yeah, Ed?
No changes, right, from the previous?
That's correct. There's no changes from the previous. And later on in the year, I will be bringing a reserve bid motion for any of those properties that are still up for auction. And of course, people can have their property removed from the auction list up to 1 minute before the actual sale by resolving their taxes.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Ed, option 1? Yep. Okay, Ed moves option 1, that the presented terms and conditions of sale for 2026 public auction are hereby approved. Any further discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so next we'll move back to Community and Protective Services, Fire Services, and Chief Schroeder will give us his report. What's that?
Yellowhead County presentation, they've been waiting.
That's at 1 o'clock.
That's your time limit, Randy.
Thank you for being so gracious, Councillor Volk. We have 3 items before you today, Council. The second item will be presented by Deputy Chief Sanderson, who's going to be joining me here right away. So we'll start with item 1, which is our quarter 1 fire services report. First thing of note, it's a different format. We wanted to make sure that it was an easier document for yourselves and the public to discern and read. So we worked awful hard with Jenny to create a document, and I hope you will agree. But we're always willing to take comments on format and information as presented. So if you have any feedback offline, certainly through Ann, please let me know. So quarter 1, we give you a snapshot of the fire services. Nothing too terribly has changed in terms of how we'll present this. We had 158 responses across the county, and East Station leads the charge. It's our busiest station by a landslide out in the East End, with the bulk of the stations bringing it up. What we did add new on the section 2.1 is an actual map of where our responses are, and basically you'll see that for the most part they're along the spine of Highway 43, and certainly concentrated the bulk where our population is in the east end of the county. Our incident types, quarter 1, obviously between January 1st and March 31st, we see a lot less wildfire than we do at any other time of the year. Motor vehicle collisions were up. We had medical first response were up, but also within our normal statistical averages. So nothing spectacular in terms of a bump or anything of concern in that regard. Our benchmark times, we're averaging for this quarter, we did 21:16 minutes as our average cross-section time. And as a reminder, we do a 20-minute, we strive to achieve a 20-minute response time 80% of the time, so nothing alarming there. It's wintertime driving, wintertime getting our responders to the station, and of course some of that is very dynamic as well, just due to where the calls are in relation to the station. So that's not something that we can control, but we would be within our median in that respect as well. And then under 2.4, we offer training and casual stats. Really impressed just due to a little bit higher complement availability. Our average attendees for our weekly training sessions was almost a dozen, and that's you know, in my mind a huge number. When we talk about it, reflects the dedication that our responders and our volunteers are giving Lac-Saint-Anne County. We did 58 total training sessions in the quarter. There's a breakdown per station, of course, and it's relatively equal in terms of because they're all training equal frequency. You'll notice that Station 4 and Station 7 are combined because they combine their training routinely for those 2 stations. So we show them as a simple stat. Our casual program, we had 26 casual shifts in that quarter, which is about a third of the time, and that's within our allowable budget. We had 521 hours, and we average staffed 2.75, which sometimes we have 2, sometimes we have 3, sometimes we have 4, and so we were within our specifications there as well. Any questions so far, Council?
Is there any way to still work on those accidental calls?
I'm sorry, you'll have to say that one more time.
The alarm, accidental, no fire calls, they seem to be the highest.
Yeah.
It seems to be like always a high number.
They are a high number. And so I believe I partially answered your question on the last go around. So just as a reminder for council, we do implement a callback. So we're recording them as a response because we're getting the 911 call. And so but not all of them are attributed to an actual response. What I'll take from feedback is that I'll add that in as a statistical fact so that you're aware. So the calls that we are getting that we don't have to respond to, that'll be reflected in the future report. Okay, sounds great.
Randy, I got one. You're going back to the slides where benchmark times 20.55 minutes.
Yes.
2025. Do I read that correct? This year it's 21.16?
Just the first quarter.
Yeah.
So we'll measure that over a period of time. So yeah, so I give the annual stats above that just so that you have reference and the public has reference. And then for the first quarter, that's the stat that is there.
So then to take that one step farther, so you're giving an annual figure.
Yeah.
And you're giving us a quarterly figure.
Correct.
So that doesn't make it easy for us to see if there's a trend in quarters, what's happening.
No, and the reason I do that purposely for you just because of the seasonal change. These times are for sure affected by road conditions, by weather conditions, and at times just the time of day. So we expect our responders to take longer at night for the nighttime. If we get more nighttime calls, we should expect that stat to go up. So we give that average annual because it does blend all the season, and I believe it's a better reflective percentile, time benchmark.
Okay, so I'm looking at it from a governance perspective, and sometimes maybe when you confuse those, we don't get the correct picture. That's
Okay.
why I bring this up. And I
Okay.
love the report.
All right. So I would take feedback and certainly offline if you would like to see how you feel that could be better represented. I would absolutely do that.
Yeah, well, that's my opinion as a counselor, and I think, we're looking at, we're not telling you should go buy some more shirts, we're saying, okay, what is your total budget here, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So, just to have that information. Thanks.
Just a little comment on it. The graph shows like it's a massive difference, but I think when you take a look at it, it's 21 seconds difference. So the graph looks like there's a massive shift when it's 21 seconds. So I think we gotta sort of when I first read it, I had, holy cripes, and then I looked at it, well, it's virtually the same.
Okay.
There's hardly any change in it at all.
I do
So
appreciate that comment though.
Yeah.
We can make this, absolutely. And I haven't forgotten, Councillor Johnson, that your request to see where we are. We're just not quite finished with the feedback from other municipalities, so I will be bringing that in the second quarter.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, you bet. So I'll move on. Mutual aid. Within Median, our biggest mutual aid, two is AHS for sure, or now known as EHS. And then we'll reflect just basically for ratepayer information, how often we are out and about helping others. So you'll see us, a change in this graph for sure in the second quarter as we helped out a lot with wildfire in the second quarter. So you'll see that in the future report. What I will say is that there's a statistical and dramatic change in how often that we are being called for mutual aid into Alexis. And that's just for council information, but they have undertaken some new protocols and some different approaches to their fire response there. And it's actually had a beneficial effect in terms of our system use is way down as a result of that. And so that's why we're seeing a lot less in that respect. Similarly, for our mutual aid received, we see mutual aid received from AHS, and why the flip-flop there is that they're sometimes helping us just with standby calls for our structural fires. So we call them for that, we reflect that in that respect, or it depends on who gets the dispatch first with the information from 911. So sometimes it is fire that's getting dispatched, and then with those factors, we end up requesting AHS. And then with Marathorpe, you'll always see Marathorpe in there because of the operational agreement that's in there as well. But keeping in mind, the graph looks huge, but it was 6 requests in the quarter, so not very busy with that respect. And then of course we had 2 responses with Barhead Fire in the first quarter. The next page is just a better table understanding apparatus usage across the county. We reflect it in the number of calls and the number of hours across that whole quarter that any particular apparatus was used. Anything that wasn't used is not represented in this particular graph. We had been doing it before. It was just additional information, so we're interested in what was used. So you'll see that from time to time, represented per station. And then community engagement, public engagement is a big stat for us. Again, being the first quarter, it's a little bit of a challenge necessarily depending on whether, for what has happened. But we did do a number of public communications. We did 2 social media campaigns. We did county news highlights in the bulletin 4 different times, and website calls to action, which is basically information that we're putting out that we feel is important ratepayers on the website. We did that twice. And during that quarter, we refurbished our Farm Fire Smart website with an up-to-date platform in accordance with recommendations that were in 2025. So that was completed. And then we just wanted to give you a little bit of a 90-day preview. And we're in the middle of this right now in terms of the quarterly outlook. So our crews did an awful lot of work starting in the beginning of the second quarter for seasonal preparation, of course, ensuring that the fleet and equipment were ready. And we, of course, did this in conjunction with our BW shop as well. The Fire Smart crew was brought in and hired, and DC Sanderson will be reporting on that in the next one, but basically we started commencing some fuel management projects as the snow cap left in accordance to our 2024 updated hazard assessment. Our Q2 training and scheduling for required certifications also occurred for our staff. We're in the middle of well, not in the middle, we're getting towards the end of our NFPA 1001 professional qualifications level 1 fire training at the moment, and we also completed a NFPA 1140 wildland training as well. We've conducted wildland urban interface training and a whole plethora of other things. Also in the first quarter, also in the second quarter, we'll be conducting our annual respiratory fit testing. The testing machine is just out for calibration. It's expected to be back here next week, so we can begin with that. Our routine breathing air compressor maintenance actually occurred. That's important for council to know that because it's an occupational health and safety requirement to ensure that the breathing air that we are generating for the bottles for our firefighters is tested in all respects. So that has been completed. We do that twice annually. Facility inspections were completed in accordance with our safety program. We are transitioning over the course of this year to the Alberta First Responder Radio Communications system, and initial inaugural testing of the intended programming is underway, and we'll be liaisoning with Parkland 911 as well for the implementation of that early 2027. We are undertaking an SDS document review as part of our safety program, and then we'll expect to continue ongoing public engagement and communications. And we hope to end this, Reeve Precious would know all about the online fire permitting platform. We feel we've getting to a place where we've overcome some of the technical challenges that we've had, and we hope to make an announcement that this will be live and ready to go for our fire permitting to assist our fire guardians and that kind of thing. So, and then the final thing I wanted to report on is our programs and projects update. And this will be formalized as well through operations, I'm sure. But we did our 25 fleet purchase project completion. I attended Abbotsford to inspect a 3.1 engine, Type 3.1 engine that was purchased. It had 13 minor deficiencies that still need to be done. We're expecting it to be here. I just received an update. They're expecting those deficiencies to be rectified by the end of June. It'll be delivered, subject to a couple of parts that have not yet quite arrived yet. And the crew truck that was ordered is nearing completion as well. We have completed, since this report, the East Station exhaust handling system install. So that is completed and operational. And we've just purchased the units for the ERC in accordance with the capital plan. And that is intended to be completed, and I'll provide a further update in the next quarter. And then we did some operational special projects. We did airline installs at Station 3 and Station 5, and those were completed. And just there's a small section of fencing at the ERC that's within our operational budget that is being quoted right now. So that is pretty much, oh, I forgot about the staff update, the last thing. So we, in the first quarter, we usually do a significant staffing review and assess retirement. So we did have 11 retired in the first quarter, and we had 2 new recruits. So our complement strength at the time of this report was a 98. We are, as of live right now, I believe we're at 109. So, you know, we're holding our own with respect to that. Any questions?
Randy, quick one, through the chair, who manages your FireSmart website?
We manage our FireSmart website.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I just quickly checked and it's still posting fire advisory.
Oh, thank you very much. We'll make sure our communications
Yeah, and if
core.
you go farther down, it says the date too, so.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any further questions? If not, thank you very much, Chief Randy, and we'll move on to FireSmart. Oh, we should have a motion to accept the report for information. Dale, all in favor? That's carried. All right, FireSmart. Brent.
First, I have a little bribe for you. There goes the budget. Got spray water? But no. It'll help you sign papers and make
Yeah, Amazon, here I come. Thank you, Council. Yeah, so I'm here to update Council on our FireSmart program and crew. First page, so the FireSmart projects that we've been working on, our FireSmart crew resumed work on April 24th through the Canada Summer Jobs Grant. We started off with servicing and preparing our equipment that was purchased through the previous year's grant applications, considering of wood chippers, brush cut mowers, chainsaws, pole saws, and other hand tools. We assisted the residents of Sangudo in a park revitalization project. That project was, we were approached by the residents there, a group of residents, and we went in and they had a bunch of work already started. We cleared out, there was a bunch of piles of twigs and logs that they already started on. We helped, we removed all of that. We did some more work in there and basically gave them a little bit of a push to, and some assistance to get going on that. We've also done some more FireSmart work in Lessard Lake subdivision. I drove through there and was realized that since our fire, a lot of that growth has come back and it's not been maintained. So I was looking at a lot of our municipal reserve properties that are in subdivisions, and a lot of that, like, we can't go through and clear out 160 acres, 184 acres, but what we can do is implement our FireSmart ideology and the principles on the ditch line and 10 feet inside the ditch, because what we don't want to have happen is a discarded cigarette butt, catalytic converter, whatever happens, fires out into the ditch, starts a fire, and impacts our residents from our MR properties. So we went through Lessard Lake like that. We had a resident concern as well, so we went in along with Public Works and dealt with that as well. We had, we're moving through other subdivisions. Our FireSmart crew took part in a wildfire deployment from Woodlands County. They had the availability. Their time did not get put towards the FireSmart crew time, but on the deployment time, so we had crews available to go help with mutual aid there. And we attended the FireSmart community event in Summer Village of West Cove with their council. Just being that we provide fire services for that summer village, we were there and assisted them with the public education event. I am helping their council get involved with the neighborhood recognition program, which looking at the FireSmart Alberta's map, there is no recognized neighborhood north of Highway 16, so they would be the first if it got approved, which is pretty awesome, being that it is in Lac-Saint-Anne County's borders as well. Upcoming projects and areas, some of these have been completed since this report. Ardea Park subdivision, Aspen Hills subdivision, Lakewood Estates, and Spruce Lane Estates as well. We're moving through on the east end of the county. There's a lot of MR properties that are tucked in between residential properties that we've deemed that there's some hazard there. We're not spending too much time on these properties. It's inside 10 feet in the ditch line and inside where the fence line would be, and clearing that out. So looking at small wins, quick in and outs. In the WUI world, we call it a bump and run. But we're trying to get in there, clean out, make our presence known, and move on to the next spot and kind of spread our wealth through there. So our FireSmart equipment maintenance, our crew performed the maintenance, just a few snapshots of some of the work that they did. A lot of FireSmart is public engagement and and approaching the public. And what we've done is created some of these little bags that we can leave on properties. It's providing, there's FireSmart information, there's join cards, so it's kind of multifaceted where we're doing some recruiting, we're doing some FireSmart awareness, and talking to some individuals. We found that individuals are more likely to have a conversation when it's a one-on-one thing. In a group setting, a lot of people aren't willing to kind of speak up and put themselves out there, but on a one-on-one setting, it's been a lot more fruitful. More pictures of our vegetation management ongoing. So the pictures on this is the Lessard Lake subdivision. Working on inside of the ditch lines there. We've left some of those larger logs there, and on request of some of the ratepayers there, they use it for firewood. So a lot of that stuff is they're taking away and using it themselves. So helping them out for firewood that way. Last on this, on my report, is that neighborhood recognition program is what I'm working on implementing and bringing through and advertising for the county. And this could be anywhere, like a subdivision group can grab a hold of this, a summer village, a town, a street in a town, just a defined geographical area, and they can, reduce their wildfire risks, put themselves out there, have public education opportunities. And the key benefits are, we're enhancing our defensible space, optimizing emergency response. It makes it safer for us too if yards are cleaner. Stronger community connection, financial and property resilience, and the peace of mind. What else is on there is there's some insurance companies now that are offering discounted rates for property owners that are either a FireSmart recognized property or within a FireSmart recognized neighborhood. So just some of the benefits of that program. And that concludes my report. Council has any questions?
Okay, thank you. Questions? Barry?
Who's managing the FireSmart teams when they're out and about?
We have a supervisor that is on crew with them, and then that supervisor reports to myself.
Okay.
Any other questions? Jill?
It's not really a question, but just something so you know, because I don't know. I had a phone call, a complaint about the FireSmart. I don't know if they got a hold of you or not. Just on their time management and work ethic. They are a public figure, and I did get a phone call regarding that. So I don't know if we just need better leadership on the field or what, but just so you're aware.
Yeah, I was made aware of a couple complaints, and I've since talked to the crew and kind of like had a reorganization and a refocus.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Stoney, just so everybody's aware, those complaints did come through my office and they have been addressed.
Thank you for that, Chief.
And I would echo, absolutely, if we know about it, it will be addressed. As soon as so if there's anything through to Ann, let us know anytime. We'll make sure it's addressed. We want the program to succeed. We want it to be efficient. We want it to be cost conscious, and we want it to be more importantly, effective for the fire safety of every resident in the county.
Thank you. And I think if I can add to that, I mean, any of our employees and even we as counselors, everything what we do is public. And, you know, how we act, how we speak, how we do anything, and how we work. And so all of our people that are out and about, if we hear complaints, we will pass it on to Anne. And I think our whole culture has to be that everything we do is something we can be proud of. And so whether it's the Fire Smart team or the paving team or whatever it is, I think that's really critical. And I appreciate the work that's being done to improve that.
Through the chair, I don't think we have enough time for item number 3, so I would, if you two are okay, if we could excuse you and you could come back for number 3? Through the chair?
Oh, thank you for keeping me on track. So we're at 1 o'clock and we were getting, we had deferred or pushed back the presentation of Community Futures Yellowhead East. What the? Oh yeah, let's accept, Ed moves to accept the Fire Smart report. So Ed, all in favor of that? Carried. Ed, can I get you to introduce the Community Futures presentation as you are director on that? Do you mind? I'm hadn't talked to you about it before, but I just thought being you're a director on there, it's very fitting.
Is Michelle there online?
I am.
All right, I sit on the board of Community Futures Yellowhead East. It's based out of Whitecourt, supporting business, small businesses, growth, economic development, and through. We have Michelle on the line here. She'll go through her presentation here with us today, and she'll do way better than I'll ever do here for introduction-wise. So take it over, Michelle.
Excellent, thank you. Can I share my screen? Would that be helpful? To share the presentation, or would you prefer, I think you have a copy, I can just go through it, but I can also share my screen if that's acceptable.
Yeah, share it on screen.
It's on,
Okay.
your presentation is on screen, but I don't believe we can share the screen, but we can see your presentation, Michelle.
Okay, now that's the one I sent you. I'm just,
Yes,
I'm asking, so
yes,
I'm, okay.
it is. Supporting business growth and economic development in the region.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time today, as well as you accommodating me to be able to come and present virtually. It's Lemonade Day week on Saturday, and as you can imagine, it's been extremely busy here. We've had a very successful year, so looking forward to that, and lots of kids. Hopefully, everybody will get out and support some of the kids in their area. So really, every year, we're required to come and do a presentation to council in terms of some of the economic development efforts and supports that we've provided throughout the region, talk a little bit about the businesses that have, started or continued to provide support to. So the next slide, you'll see, it goes over the communities that we serve. So in our region, we have 10 municipalities that are all stakeholders and shareholders of the organization. But within those 10 municipalities, you can see that there's 46 communities that we also serve. So when we get requests from clients in those areas, then that's the areas that we serve as well. So the next slide. In addition to that, Community Futures is part of an Alberta organization and then a national organization. So across Alberta, there are 27 offices, and across Canada, there's 269. So that's a wealth of support and information that we all have and can rely on with each other. If there's an area of an expertise that we're not accustomed to, then we have those support options to be able to lean on as well to get that extra qualifications. So what we do is we provide business loans to startup businesses. We refer to them as developmental businesses. I think once upon a time, way back when, we were considered the lender of last resort, but that's really not the case anymore, particularly now. Oftentimes, anybody, especially in the startup phase, will be turned down from a bank because they like to see some financials that back their business prior to ever supporting it. So we do a really good job of partnering with our local banking institutions because technically they have to have been turned down from a bank before they can work with us. We also provide business coaching and advisory support services. So anybody that is interested in starting a business, already owns a business, they can come in and see us and we can support them when it comes to developing business plans, when it comes to helping them understand their financial statements, supporting them in marketing. There's a number of areas that we do. We also provide training and workshops to small business owners and communities. And in addition to our partnership and economic development projects. One of the projects I'm going to spend a bit more time talking about today is the REAMS project, which I'm sure Ed has told you a little bit about, but it's an opportunity today to kind of give you a bit more information and answer some questions that you might have. In addition to that, we support nonprofit groups and organizations, and a lot of that is around just helping them create strategic plans. So I lead strategic planning for municipalities as well as small businesses and industries and organizations. And then, of course, how we do it is the board are the ones that make those final decisions. They're responsible for the loan fund portfolio, making sure that decisions are being made wisely as well as according to policy, and helping to develop relationship partnerships, practical supports for small communities, leveraging provincial and federal funding, and collaboration across municipalities. And so really, our operating dollars have not increased since 2009. So what we are able to do really is dependent on our partnerships because we don't have a lot of dollars to put towards programming other than grants that we might apply for or sponsorship that we get, and in turn working with our municipalities. So the next slide, you'll see right now who our board consists of. And you can see these are the board directors from each of the municipalities, the 10 municipalities across the region. Next slide talks a little bit about the staff and who we are. We're, I can say officially as of today or last week, we are now back up to full staff. I have a new CED coordinator hired, and so hopefully I can be able to come back in person and have some more time for that kind of face-to-face communication. The next slide talks about the Regional Recovery and Relief Fund. So for those of you who may or may not know, during COVID, the federal government came out with some funding to provide to small business owners that for numerous reasons were falling between the cracks and they weren't eligible to go get a CEBA loan through their bank. And most of that was sole proprietors. So anybody that didn't have a business bank account, those were the ones that found themselves unable to access those funds. So the federal government provided millions of dollars to each province and allowed us to work with clients that were struggling through COVID to provide loans. These loans were provided for up to $60,000. And if they were paid back within the period of time, which was December 31st of 2025, they were eligible to get 25% back. Anybody who didn't meet that and hadn't paid off enough, well, then their loan was now taken on over the next year. And so clients either just kept making monthly payments or they worked with us to kind of come up with a solution. We weren't able to take those loans back on ourselves because they're unsecured loans. And so if we had done that, then we run the risk of holding those loans if they didn't pay out. And so right now we have a number of loans that are making regular monthly payments. Unfortunately, some of them are making minimum payments. So basically interest plus 10% only, recognizing that they're going to have a large balloon payment due at the end of this year, December 31st. And so we're working regularly with those clients right now, trying to support them and making them aware of where their loan currently sits, reminding them monthly what's left owing, encouraging them, if it looks like they're not going to be paid out by the end of time, to sort of start making some larger payments so they're not stuck with this huge debt at the end of the year and not sure how they're going to pay for it. So right here, you'll see that we had 78 loans approved in total, and for $2,560,000 is what we invested in the region during COVID. We felt very strongly about trying to get the message across to the entire region so that as many businesses as possible that needed the support were eligible. And honestly, we were quite impressed with how it worked out because we provided loans in all 10 of the municipalities. So you can see from the pie chart that 65% paid in full, 13% are actively repaying, and 22% of those loans are in default. Now, what that means is that doesn't mean they've not, they've given up on their loan. A few of them have. We had a couple of go bankrupt. We had one business owner deceased, and the others are, they may not be making their payments regular or monthly, but they're still providing something. So they fall into that default category. We really hope that we won't have that complete loss by the end of the year, but we'll know closer to December. And this isn't just for our region. I mean, this is across the province entirely because every Community Futures office had this opportunity to provide funds. And so I won't, it's somewhat concerning. What's that going to look like at the end of the day, and how many businesses in our region will be affected. But we're hopeful still right now. This next slide also shows the other loans and the programs that we offered lending through over the past year. So we have a women's loan program that we provided another loan through, 4 youth loans, 2 lines of credit, and 9 regular term loans over the course of last year. The next slide looks at our annual lending results. So we have minimum performance standards that we must meet in order to appease our funders. Prairies can, and then we also set our own target goals for our organization. So last year, our goal was 10 loans to equivalent to $400,000. Our target is actually 8 that we are required to meet. And in fact, we had 16 loans this year, close to $700,000. So that's probably one of the best years we've had since I've been around, and it's not slowing down. We are continuing to see a higher number than usual of people that are coming to see us and requiring and investigating about loans. I equate that to a number of things. We've definitely increased awareness to our program and what we support, but I think it's also people that are either concerned about their jobs or might be losing their jobs and looking for other ways to create income for their family. So the next slide here it breaks down where and in what sectors those loans were given out. And so you can see that 4 were in recreation and tourism, 3 were in oil and gas, 4 were in professional services, and 5 were in accommodation and food services. And so out of those 16 loans, it helped create 127 jobs, which is the ultimate point of the program. So then you can also see here in terms of our minimum performance standards, we are required to come up with a minimum number of community-based projects that we work with every year, as well as the number of partners involved. And so that's why it's really important that we make the connections with our municipalities and the organizations within those communities so that we're able to work together on any type of economic development project with those municipalities. So we also have a requirement that we have to meet in terms of the number of clients that we provide actual training to, and then the business support advisory services. So our minimum performance target in that regard is 400. And again, we excelled that and had 568 clients worked with. So recent projects that we've been involved with in the past year is we worked with Barhead, our second year now, providing a LIFT conference. So it's a conference for small business owners to come and get some training, go into some breakout sessions, do some networking, probably keynote speakers, as well as we have kind of a business resource area where anybody that supports small business had the opportunity to set up and share the information about what they do. We are part of a women's conference that has started last year with ourselves, West Yellowhead, and Capital Region. And so this year, Community Futures Yellowhead East will be hosting it in Whitecourt. And so we will be advertising and looking for support and some sponsorship and encouraging women throughout the region to join this. One of the reasons that we focus on women is because it is a pillar that the federal government requires that we work with, but also because the number of small businesses that are women-owned are growing exponentially. And over COVID, they were probably impacted the most because a lot of them either had to give up their business or make significant adaptations because of, having children at home and having to homeschool them. So over the past year as well, 3 of our staff have now become systems business coach consultants, which really helps support small business understanding their systems, because oftentimes it's not necessarily our workers or our employees that are creating issues, but it's the system that's set up itself. And so we are working heavily with small business owners to try to provide some support in that regard. We do lunch and learn series. This last one we did was again in conjunction with Barhead at their request. So we did, after the LIFT conference, we have done a series of lunch and learns that residents have participated in as well. And then, of course, strategic planning, like I spoke to, we've facilitated with 2 nonprofits. Lemonade Day, which is this Saturday, always a fantastic one. This year, we've also been approached by Sangudo. So Sangudo Library and a couple other organizations applied for a grant. They've asked us to partner with them, and we will be providing entrepreneurship business boot camps this summer for youth from grades 7 to 9, and then 10 to 12, and then an adult one as well. So this is something, again, they've approached us, and we're working with them through their grant. We've developed a program, and we will be providing Entrepreneur Camp this summer for students that register. Lastly, and where I'll spend a little bit more time going over, is the REAMS project. So that's the Regional Investment and Attraction Project that I'm hoping you're somewhat familiar with, and that it has been shared with you because you are a partner in it. So as stakeholders, some of you may or may not be aware, but the region owns a pot of funding that was created by my predecessor. Back in the 80s, there was a program that was done with the provincial government, and in that it was about training and educating men that were on unemployment, that required some skills upgrading. So it was a program that taught them some construction stuff as a result of some of the things that they made, which were playhouses and sheds and things like that. Then they would sell them to residents, and they would learn their skills, get paid for employment. But when the program ended, any organization that had done it had the opportunity to keep the profits that came from it. And so it was a substantial amount of money that the organization has been sitting on for a number of years. And every year when I would come to council, and particularly Lac St. Anne, because we'd had some board members that had been around for a while, they were aware of this pot of money, and they would challenge me every year, what are we doing with it? And so one of the ideas that came forward was the Regional Investment and Attraction Project. Now, I was assigned by the board at the time to go and meet with every municipality, the CAO, and an economic development officer. So when I met with Lac St. Anne County at the time, everybody came back and they had some similar challenges in terms of economic development. And it's really across the board, it's staggering the difference that each municipality has in terms of their capacity to do economic development. Most areas don't have an economic development officer, so oftentimes that role is off the side of the desk of some other position, whether it's communications, that kind of thing. And I know that that's been a struggle for Lac St. Anne for quite some time now. We've worked and tried to support what we can, but it's always been a struggle. So the board agreed to provide funding for us to hire a consultant for the next 3 years where we are running this project. And so the project is threefold. The consultant, Tara Zeller, her role is to work individually with the municipalities, and that's in a silo capacity where she will support any form of economic development that Lac St. Anne County might be attempting to work on, is currently working on, but maybe doesn't have enough staff or man hours to be able to do it. So those she can work individually with. In addition to that, and a big part of this project is really it's helping each municipality become investment ready. And so there's been a few steps that have taken place so far. She has initially met with each municipality, done an individual survey with them where they felt their municipality currently sat in terms of economic development. And then we've also done a community investment readiness survey. The results have been provided back to each municipality from that. And then as a result of it, there were a number of recommendations that came forward, some action items for each municipality that they could implement in terms of helping them to become more investment ready. We've invested money into economic development tools that each municipality has the opportunity to utilize and provide on their own website. And so those are local intel tools. So it's going to share with your region in terms of Lac St. Anne, what the population looks like, what the demographic looks like, what the average household income is, what the average property value is. So there's a wealth of information that has now been developed for each municipality that's been shared back to those municipalities, and information has been provided with how they can adapt this into your own website. In addition to that, we are working on a regional concept of once we've done this and each community has recognized where and how they can improve or increase their investment readiness, we now want to come together as a region and how do we champion the region as a whole? Because we know that there's a housing crisis in some areas, there's other areas that have more land for development. And regardless of where some new industry or business gets set up, we're all within about an hour of each other. So perhaps Lac St. Anne County has the land and the infrastructure, but wouldn't necessarily have the housing. That's why we want to work as a region so that we can recognize that, okay, well, you're developing it here, you have the opportunity to live in any of these other communities if that's what's necessary. And then really, how do we promote the entire region as a whole? So when investors are coming in, they're not only seeing what's great happening at Lac St. Anne, but they can see further what sort of supports and cooperation are going on throughout the region. Right now, we're hearing more and more from investors is what they want is speed. So they want to be able to come in, look at a place, know already at first glance what might be available for developing, what kind of businesses might be for sale, what kind of incentives do the municipality have. So oftentimes investors have already researched you and may have bypassed you without you even knowing, because that's the first place that they go to is to your website. So a lot of these tools that we've invested in are tools that each municipality can use silo as well as perhaps in the region. We're also developing a regional landing page that these can go on and a regional website. That website really is going to just drive traffic back to the individual municipality. So we're really working with municipalities as to how are you able to make sure that when an inquiry does come in, that you have the capacity to be able to respond as quickly as possible and, putting those efforts forward. So in the next slide, this is some of the things that we are, working with site selectors and attending economic development conferences and so forth, is that we really recognize that there's rising costs all over the place. Many of the regions have small staff teams or seasonal economies. There's a number of business challenges and, of course, limited tax base affecting each municipality across the region. So on the next slide, again, the financial investment for this program really comes from all of you. And so the investment pot of funds that I'm talking about, the board approved $300,000 out of that for the course of a 3-year project. We also received an NRED grant for the tune of $109,000. In addition to that, we requested each municipality also invest $5,000 If they could afford it, they paid the $5,000 all at once. If they needed to, they could divide it up over a 3-year program because of when we brought it in at budget time. And so we wanted that additional investment so that we were sure that each municipality also recognized that they have some skin in the game in addition to that $300,000, which truly also belong to you. So the idea behind the project is to really be able to take advantage of some economic development resources and supports that you don't currently have either financial capacity or manpower to look after. And where we're struggling is getting each municipality to truly understand what this project is about and how to take advantage of it. I'm making it my mission to try to encourage each municipality to take advantage of the funds, the tools that come out of it, as well as Tara Zeller herself, because she's extremely talented. She's been in economic development for quite some time. And so I hate to see any municipality that's signed up and involved not being able to take advantage of it. I think some municipalities are feeling that even just to belong and do some of it is going to be more than they have the capacity to do. But the truth is, it's not. Tara will do a good portion of it. But what we need to do is we need to make sure council is aware of it, and we need to make sure that wherever we're sharing this information and whichever staff member is, that it's not stopping there because of that capacity, that it's continuously coming forward. So then council's aware of it and also making recommendations like, absolutely, let's take advantage of this. In this next slide, you can see where we're at today. And this is already, probably almost 2 months ago when we first put this together as I've started doing my council presentations. So out of the 10 municipalities, we have 9 participating, and we've had a community investment readiness assessment done for each of them. For Lac St. Anne, we're still waiting on their individual survey to be completed so that Tara can come back and take those and come forward with some further recommendations. As I've mentioned, we've purchased the local Intel data tools. We've had a couple of regional meetings so far. Again, we've struggled to get some champions around the table from each municipality, and we recognize that that might be a bit more of a challenge. So perhaps there's a community champion that we should be looking at that is interested in investing and in terms of making sure that Lac St. Anne is successful economic development wise, that we would be more than happy to be able to have them join in. You should have, or hopefully have been seeing some of the monthly newsletters and communications that Tara provides every month. They're quite valuable because she also provides in there links and supports for government grants and a lot of those things. That information could be then shared with your small business resources. We're also just wrapping up a business retention and expansion survey. So we have worked with each municipality to collect a list of the small businesses. We've hired a consulting firm. They've gone out and they're working with each small business owner who's willing to work with them to find out where are their struggles, where are their challenges currently right now in small business, and or are there challenges that they have with their municipality in terms of maybe planning and development, or maybe licensing permits and things like that, so that we can draw attention to what the businesses are seeing, feeling, or understanding, so that we can address some of those challenges as well. I think up until now, the CIR assessment was an internal document. So that's what the internal staff and administration are understanding about it. So now we want to be able to make sure that we have an understanding of what our businesses are currently experiencing. Once we have that, we're going to know again, what kind of recommendations are we going to be putting forward? And then third piece of this is that we're working directly with small businesses. So trying to increase some of the small business training that is available for businesses. We struggle to find out what's the best time for them. So sometimes we do in person, sometimes we do virtual, trying to accommodate as many as we can. In addition to that, in progress, the things I've already talked about. The last thing that Tara has just developed, which I think is fantastic, is it's kind of a workbook that small businesses can utilize themselves to really understand what their business needs. If they have a business that they want to sell, this is how you go about doing it. This is where you put your information. And so again, it's some really tremendous tools that she's created that really all we have to do is pass along to our small business owners. The next slide in front of you, again, is in regards to our support system. So the REAMS project, it talks a little bit more about what they're doing and what we're doing, and utilizing our supports across the region. And so multiple municipalities can already access many of the things that we've talked about, and why we're supporting our local businesses. Because the truth is that our first priority in economic development is actually retaining the businesses that we have right now. And so again, investors want to see, what is each municipality doing to support their small business? If they can see that, and we're telling those stories, they get a better understanding of how positive the municipality is in terms of, small business development. So, and 80% of our job growth comes from those existing small businesses. So we want to make sure that we're supporting the ones that we currently have, not only attracting new ones, but also helping them to understand how they can expand and sustain themselves. So why be involved? Why do this? Of course, because we're looking at helping you to protect your tax base, reducing budget pressure, and supporting local business. So really, you're already invested. And so now it's just about utilizing the program, utilizing the supports that are what this project is all about, and taking advantage of that money that you've invested in it. So right now, we're continuing in terms of some of the training and supports that we talked about, creating more of a regional committee as well. And then a few of the conferences and things that are coming up in the near future. And that's about it. It's a lot of information. I know I talk fast, but I really wanted to try and share with you as much as I could in these few short minutes, and open it up if there's any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Michelle. Questions, Ed?
Just so council aware, I just received that survey on Wednesday, the Business Retention Expansion Survey. So I think it's vital that we sit down as a group to go through this survey. So it's not just my area or what I'm looking at, it's a council as a whole. So we'll need some time to do it and just go through the survey, I guess.
For sure. I think sometimes that's a really great start. And then as you're, developing your strategic goals and or your organizational goals, then, hopefully some of them will fit into what you're doing, and being able to take advantage of what we are offering, and recognizing that you may not have the staff capacity or the funding capacity that you'd like. And so we're here. Use us.
Thank you. Anne?
Through the chair to Michelle, we've just are in the process of hiring an economic development coordinator. And in the meantime, Trina, manager of planning, will be overseeing that role, and she will be your point person. So we're hoping that gets up and running within the next month.
Okay, yeah, I know. I think Trina and Tara have at least connected email-wise. And it's nice to meet you virtually, Anne. I know it can be a challenging hiring an economic development person sometimes, because we've struggled quite heavily over the last little while. But so will that coordinator be full-time or part-time?
Through the chair, that will be full-time. We've taken one FTE that we eliminated and refurbished it to create the position.
Oh, that's fantastic. We still have close to 2 years in this program, so hopefully I would love to be able to provide more support to the Lac St. Anne small business community as well as the municipality. And it's not been for lack of effort on both of our parts over the years, I think, but hopefully now with this new program and you've got somebody, then we'll really be able to see a significant difference in terms of the support provided to small businesses, or at least awareness, if nothing else. And so that's part of why I feel it's so important to share with council, because it's really up to council as well to go out when you're meeting with residents or you're speaking with residents, that you understand what we do and how we support those small business owners, so that you can be that champion in making those referrals to the program.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michelle. I think it's one of our key pillars in our strategic plan is economic development, and hopefully we can work with you closely to assist our county to take advantage of that and our residents to take advantage of that. So any further
Absolutely.
questions through to Michelle? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept this for information. Mike moves that. All in favor?
Thank you very much and hope to see you again soon.
Okay, thank you very much, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye now.
Bye-bye. All right. So now can we jump back to finish up the fire part then? So Sturgeon County Fire Services Mutual Aid.
All right, council, before you is a mutual aid agreement as described with Sturgeon County. We do have a current mutual aid agreement circa 1983. It was determined initially in 2016 that it needed to be updated for political environments of the day and administrative changes prevented this mutual aid agreement from coming until 2025. I believe in July of 2025 or June of 2025, this very agreement was presented to the then council. They had a look at it. There is a cost recovery component to this agreement that does not exist with any of the other agreements. It is a request of Sturgeon County. They charge Alberta transportation rates as a cost recovery tool that was presented to that council, and the council of the day deferred it pending meeting with Sturgeon County. However, it was not resolved by then the election that had occurred, and now we are here today. I'm bringing it back to council unchanged after talking with administration of Sturgeon County. That's their their proposal is to have cost recovery. This does happen, and it is not abnormal. The rates are Alberta Transportation are the highest rates, government rates that are typically charged. We have a variety of agreements with a variety of cost recovery tools, including no cost recovery in place. For the purposes of ensuring that we have updated clauses and updated governance and updated procedures and protocols in place and engagement procedures, I'm bringing this to council today with the recommendation that council does enter into this agreement as is. It does not hurt Lac St. Anne County to cost recover. It's reciprocal in nature. It just means that we would be charging those same rates similarly if we are brought into Sturgeon County. So that is the recommendation. The second option is that you defer it and ask for some additional alternatives.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Any questions or comments? Barry?
How often do we support them now?
I would say it's very rare, although we did just support them with efforts in Sandy Lake. But it's if I had to put a number in, it would be less than a half dozen times a year.
And vice versa?
And vice versa.
So like 20 hours worth kind of thing?
Yeah, not very often.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further questions? Anyone willing to make a motion? Ed, which one?
Option one, that we approve and execute this proposed fire service mutual aid agreement with Sturgeon County.
Okay, thank you, Ed. So any discussion on that motion? Question, all in favor? That motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you,
very
council.
much. Okay. So we'll move on to Ag Services then. Are we ready for that? Ag Services 7A1, appointment of pest inspector. We should be getting used to this. I had to chuckle when I read it all through. Then you got 86 pages of the same stuff that we read every meeting. Needless to say, I didn't read it. Okay, Trista.
Ouch. Thank you. Yeah, I decided not to throw GM Frank under the bus quite yet, so I'm here to present on behalf of Ag Services in Aaron's absence. So the item before you is to appoint Hannah Kostelik as the pest inspector and weed inspector for the county for the 26 growing season. We've had some transition in staffing in that department, and this is just to ensure we have the applicable appointments in place in order to enforce those acts.
Okay, fairly simple, I think. Any questions? Ann? No? Okay. Yes, sir? Okay. Would someone make a motion, please? Barry? So, the only option, that county council appoint Hannah Kostelik as pest inspector and weed inspector for Lac St. Anne County for the 26 growing season pursuant to the act. All in favor? Motion's carried unanimously. All right. Next is the, are you doing that one too, Trina? Tristan. I'm mixing everything up. 7A2, and that's the discontinuation of the Watershed Resiliency and Restoration Program. Go ahead.
Thank you again. So as council probably remembers, this was previously discussed at the last council meeting. That resulted in a direction to share the request from Alice with the Ag Services Board and garner their position on whether or not we should be providing a letter of support or not. So that did happen at their last Ag meeting with a recommendation coming back to council that they support the campaign. And I do apologize, just given staffing and the timelines of those meetings, we've just copied and pasted the ASB agenda item over for your review. So as I indicated, it was presented at the ASB meeting. They did make recommendation to support the letter campaign. The concern administratively is if we support the program or the campaign through the ALICE program, we're not really sure where council's position is at continuing the ALICE program in the future, so does that kind of bind us that way? So the, I guess the options that we're presenting is one, to support the letter campaign through the ALICE program, to continue the stewardship funding. Another option, though, is to support the stewardship funding, but outside of the ALICE program. So the stewardship funding can be used for the ALICE program to apply to, but it can also be used for a variety of other water stewardship, land stewardship type initiatives. So that is an option as well. And then the third option would be to receive this for discussion and close the matter.
Okay, thank you. Any comments on this? So, did you want to? Yeah.
Could you explain the second portion there again?
We were just thinking administratively, the importance of a land stewardship or water stewardship grant is there regardless of whether or not it's for the ALICE program specifically, or if it's for perhaps another stewardship group that the county is involved with, or other stewardship groups in the province.
So if we sent this letter off, not including ALICE, it could be used for either or. Okay.
Correct.
Would that not be better in the long term then?
That would be my recommendation. That way we're still supporting the continuation of the stewardship funding, but we're not tying ourselves to the ALICE program because we're still waiting for that information to come back to council on the benefits and such. Correct.
Yeah, thank you for that, because that was my question too, is that we really hadn't decided on ALICE yet, so I like the other option. Paul?
So how would the funds be administered? By who, sorry?
Sorry, it's a Government of Alberta program, so they canceled it in the 26-27 budget. So the funding program is administered by the Government of Alberta. It is no longer on the table, so the letter campaign, the request for the letter campaign, whether that comes through ALICE or directly as a county request, is simply to reinstate that program or something similar. So the county doesn't administer it, we would be able to apply for funding if it came back into existence.
But ALICE was the actual user of those funds, were they not? Were they in control of those funds once the grant was issued, or how did that work?
So Alice made a grant application to the WRRP program and were successful. So they were the administrator of the funds that they received to the program.
So Alice was the administrator, Alice.
For their program, not for all of this WRRP dollars.
I do believe, though, that for our county, it went through the Alice program, right?
Correct. The county itself didn't apply for any funding. The funding came through the Alice program, yeah.
That's, yeah, exactly. Okay, any other clarification? A motion? If I mean, I believe that the letters that came out, I certainly wasn't prepared to sign them without authority, for sure, which I shouldn't. But I don't believe that we have decided on what we're doing with the Alice program. So the way that letter is written in terms of tied to Alice, I don't think we should be signing that. That's my personal opinion. So, you know, everyone.
I would concur.
Yeah.
Should we do
And
option
so-
one then?
So I'm not opposed to being part of a lobbying effort to retain the WRSP or RRSP. So if we can make that wasn't one of the options, but that we give that, I think that makes some sense. Ed?
Yep, I would make a motion for us to send the letter campaign requesting WRRP grant funding, but not through specifically just the Alice program.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion, pretty clear, I think. You've got that, Trista, yeah. Okay, any discussion on that? In favor? That motion's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. All right. That brings us down to corporate services, I think. Municipal indicator results, Lac Saint Anne County. Jillian.
All right, so Municipal Affairs releases a set of areas, there's 13 of them, that they measure for all municipalities to determine if there's anything that we should keep an eye on as far as our viability goes. And it's an important report card in some ways. I wish the grade 6 kids were still here, but it is an important report card based on where the province would like us to sit on certain items. So we were advised that our 2025 year-end results had one indicator where we didn't meet the required target of the Government of Alberta, which is 40%. Our result was 36.89%. So super close, just not quite there. And what this indicator is called is the infrastructure age, which is part of your package, all of the municipal indicators. And what infrastructure age really means is that the net book value of all your capital assets compared to how much they've depreciated over time. And so the municipal goal for 40%, because we're below it, it kind of indicates that the way we've done our depreciation is showing that our infrastructure is aging. But it does not mean that they are in poor condition or failure or bad condition. It basically means our book value on the books is a little bit less than our original cost. There are, in total, on this municipal dashboard, 318 communities, and we're within the 12% of communities, so there's 38 of us that don't meet this 40% threshold. So it's not unique just to Lac Saint Anne County. But we do have a responsibility to put a response on the dashboard all communities, results for all 13 indicators are publicly available. So I've written on the report what we would like to place in the dashboard as our explanation. And it reads as Lac St. Anne County recognizes the importance of this indicator. In 2025, there was a corporate vehicle and equipment asset management plan developed, and in 2026, additional infrastructure assessments will be developed. Council's newly adopted strategic plan notes the importance to understand the current assets and complete an infrastructure review, and this will require in-depth, long-range capital planning. And that is within a suggested follow-up from the province, where we can note that we're working on future infrastructure planning. So I'm looking for council to receive this for information, which includes that response back to the province on the dashboard.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? Dale?
So what that really means is that we've depreciated a little bit more than it actually is. Is that correct?
I would say that it is a comparison of accounting rules over time compared to original cost.
And then that is my exact point. So if we had previously, if somebody had felt that this particular asset was one of the ones that should be at 50% per year rather than 33%, oops, didn't show up, didn't really make much difference till we have a report card.
Correct, and we try to stay consistent on our amortization per the type of asset, which is part of our audited financial statement. So I feel very comfortable that this is not an indicator of poor performance at all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Bo?
You mentioned a 2025 assessment management report. Is that correct?
Yes, we have one related to, I believe, fleet that Nick and I are excited to read and go through. So don't pop quiz me, but it is available. And
Through the chair, we have already previously given that to council.
Okay, so that was a big, thick. One other question on that is, do we take into consideration the actual depreciation of our assets, being roads and bridges? And do we have some sort of way to monitor that on a yearly basis, where they're going?
so yeah, it would include all assets on how we're depreciating them from an accounting standard. And that meets the financial reporting standards for public sector accounting. The assessment on an annual basis of how they're performing and what they look like, I would either need to defer to GM Frank for that.
Okay, Nick?
Through the chair, currently you don't have a formalized asset reduction plan related to condition of assessment. There was one done for fleet services. However, that is one of the targets for this year or over the next year and a half to establish an actual targeted one that values the roads and conditions as well as the degradation that we're seeing.
Okay, so just a question, and I don't know how this functions, but roads change over time and depending on what we do. So if we do a shoulder pull, that gets included and then the value, the asset value rises on that? Is that true? Or a bridge, if we do the deck, then that changes the life of that bridge or increases its value again?
So we would add the capital costs that change the expected life of that asset into the value of the asset. So then your net book value changes. And so that's why, as noted, the asset management planning and long-term capital reinvestment is so critical to this type of indicator.
Okay, thank you. I think that clarifies it a bit. Bo?
So this action reduction plan, I believe Nick called it, is that something that we're going to be working on in the very short future before the 2027 budget?
Through the chair to Councillor Knish, that's part of the overall asset management plan and policy. That is under your pillar, one of your strategic pillars that we will be working on. And there will be dollars put aside for it in the 2027 budget.
Good, thank you. Okay, further questions? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept that as information.
And send a letter?
Oh, and
It's not a letter anymore. They have a dashboard that we would just place our response into. So I'd basically cut and paste from this report into the dashboard.
okay, thank you. You made the motion, no? Yeah, Dale made the motion. Option 1. Discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, that takes us to the quarter 1, 2026 quarter 1 financial report. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to introduce this, I just want to thank council for approving our financial reporting policy, which we did, I believe, in February of this year. And this is the first quarterly report. I want to thank Jillian and Terry and actually the whole team, because it was a lot of work to compile, because it's the first time it's ever been done. But what we're really looking forward to today is council's feedback so that we can make sure the report is meeting your needs and that we can improve as we move forward.
Thank you for that, and go ahead.
So just to introduce Terry Lee Chen, Finance Manager. This report reflects the financial stewardship for both the approved operating and the capital budgets, but this was prior to the 2026 budget approval. So this report is from January 1 to March 31st, with a small caveat on the capital that I'll talk about when we get there. What's really important to recognize is this type of report creates transparency and accountability that moves through the organization. So I'm just going to quickly outline. We tested the procedure to make this report. We needed more time, but we worked it out. So right now, how the process works is council approves the budget. Then that is transferred to responsibility of managers to run their departments, run their functions, run their programs within that budget. Now that we have a financial reporting process, they are also responsible to review their quarterly reports that are provided by finance and respond with explanations. They then need to have a conversation with their general manager, who reviews and approves and collects any further responses and to questions within their division. So we're, through the procedure, pushing a responsibility and accountability throughout the organization. Then what happens is Terry and I have the job to consolidate it all together for you. So I would like to also really talk about one of the items around what we talk about monitoring every line item is a responsibility of managers, but reporting up within a category. So for example, in the category of materials and supplies, you will see individual items for soap, for oil, for stationery. And a budget is a best guess at the time that it's created. I think one of the things I've noted in the report that we're monitoring is the cost of fuel, because when we approved the budget, we weren't necessarily in the same price range that we are now for fuel. So we're monitoring those things, but we don't report back on every single line item. We report back at a category item such as materials and supplies. And what this allows when you're building accountability and responsibility is it allows managers to manage their program and report in a transparent way without trying to make the report look good for every single line item. We're now giving them the flexibility to, as long as they stay within their budget, which was approved by council. So if we can, just run quickly through the results at a high level. So As you know, on page 5, the total full-year budget of revenue for Lac St. Anne County is 44.4 million. We have total expenditures of 49.7 million, but that includes amortization of 5.3 million. At this time, our variance for collected revenue for the entire year is only at 2.65%, but a predominantly large piece of your revenue is property taxes, which are due June 30th. So we will see a substantial improvement to that amount in the Q2 report. As far as expenditures go, our total expenditure was $7 million, which was in a percentage variance for the whole year worth of only 14%, as some areas were holding funding as steady as possible until the budget was approved. On page 6 and in future quarters, we will give a bit more information on how the reserves for Lac St. Anne County are performing. Right now we have 4 reserves, and within each reserve are a variety of funds. Terry and I are undergoing a reserve review in Q3, but we will be able to put more information into the report for Q2. We also monitor debt, and that's an important other fiscal health measure to say. At this point in time, there is no change to our debt from what was put in the audited financial statements that was presented to you in April. So Lac St. Anne County has 5 divisions. The first one we call General Municipal Services. It's outlined on page 9. And within the detail of what is in that function, which is on page 19, we're indicating that at this time there's no significant variance to be concerned about. Tax levy will be recorded predominantly in Q2, as well as another quarterly expenditure for provincial school tax. Any questions so far? Keep trucking? Okay, thank you. So corporate services, they provide the functions that you see in the box there between administration, assessment, economic development, legislative, municipal land development is the land that we own, and safety. Their corresponding details run anywhere from page 21 to 27. At this time, both variances are within a reasonable amount. We're expecting utilities, internet, legal fees, and postage to be posted for Q2, but at this time there was no concerns within that division. Community and Protective Services 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, has 9 functions listed there, and the details for each function can be found on page 28 to 39. Revenue collected in that first quarter was mainly around fines and some operating grants, as well as the expenditures were really within either wages, childcare rent, and materials for proactive equipment. Oh, not proactive, protective. Oh, goodness me.
They both work.
Yeah, can't read. Operations Services has 8 functions there. What we did for the transportation department, and that's why I'm using the word function, is we broke some of their functions down so that you could see more clearly things such as culverts and drainage, dust suppression, hard service road maintenance, and roads and streets. Generally, those would have been grouped together in a very large transportation, but we thought it would be worthwhile breaking down for council, mainly between hearing that there's interest within that department for more specific information. And last but not least is our Infrastructure Services Department. So they as well have 9 functions within their purview. We're looking at tower agreements to be renewed, which will then see more revenue collected in Q2. And again, within Q1, wages were within an expected amount. And we had some expenses for disposal fees, software, and utilities. Capital. Capital gets 2 whole pages. I think this is really interesting to note that the detail for each capital project is on page 64 and 65, and the capital budget is on page 18. But what we tried to do is break this capital report down into how they're managed per division. We have 29 projects across the 3 divisions, and I believe all except 4 were started at some point in Q1 and slightly into April, because they wanted to extend the reporting time for capital because it is such big dollars and it is such importance to council. We're working on sharpening our pencil a little bit on how we report on time, on budget, and within scope. But something we also wanted to keep awareness for council is the project count for percentage complete. So as we progress through the capital project process, oh yeah, just keep going down one more, the bottom one there. We should see the up to 25% bar go down and the 75% to complete bar go up. And what we're working on is also measuring on time and on budget. Right now we have one project that indicated they might not complete until 2027, and that's related to the bridge collapse. And then another project is forecasting to be under budget, but we're still waiting for costs to come through, and that's related to the exhaust scrubbers. So we'd be really interested in hearing feedback from council on if that summary, pages 1 to 15, is enough information that council was looking for at a high level. And then if the detail, which is in the appendix, which lists both the operating budget, the capital budget, every single function for every single line item, as well as a page on the capital projects, was enough information for council's purview.
So I'm just going to start it off. Thank you very much, Jillian, and not only for the report, but your explanation this morning or this afternoon, I think is presented in an excellent way that is for my brain to understand it. Now, hopefully that works for others as well. But I really do appreciate it. It's very, very helpful. But with that, I'll let others give their comments. Dale?
So yes, Jillian and Terry and your team, thank you very much. It's exactly what we've been looking for. What I have a question though, you've broken it down, given us the global, and I want to make sure that you have checks and balances in your control, that if one department within those 7, 8, or 10 or whatever starts to go over budget, you can have a meeting with them and say, okay, previously I'm quite certain that what happened was if one department went way over, somebody else lost, but the general figure stayed the same. So I want to be sure that you've got that in place.
Absolutely, through the chair. So I'll give you an example of that actually. So we meet as the leadership team, all managers, and we talk about how this process was going to happen and then what the results look like. Terry and I also met with a few managers individually if their percentages were looking super low or super high. And some of that is just the timing of when this budget is utilized, for example, in some of our seasonals. However, it was really good for them to also see it on paper and where they were trending. And in the fleet services area, actually wanted to grab it as an example, but the fleet services area brought forward to the attention that they may start to run over on, I believe it was blades and gravel. So then my responsibility and Terry's responsibility is to have a conversation with the GM of that area, to then have a conversation with the manager of that area about how are you going to still manage it within your department, your division, or collectively as an organization. We may, as we get into Q3, have to start looking at where can we pause things because some things are beyond our control, and for example would be fuel is something we're also really monitoring. So I would say yes, those processes have not been enacted yet, but they are part of the procedure that we're writing.
Good, thank you.
Excellent. So Ed?
No, I want to say thank you very much for this to you and your team. I really appreciate the variances you give at the end of every division report there, the breakout. I was reading this over the weekend, that added a ton of clarity to your reports where it would be just numbers and figures at that point without them. So, no, appreciate it, thank you.
In addition to that, the comments, like, not in this part that you had, but the comments later on all the reasons why things were out a wee bit, I thought that was very helpful in going through it as well. Yeah. Other comments? Dale?
I'll let Jill go ahead of mine.
Through the chair, I just want to say that this exercise internally has been really beneficial for all the different departments, because for them to understand through Jillian's expertise the importance of budget to actual, the importance of variance. So it's been a bit of a lengthy process, but valuable, and bringing the organization up a level with regards to finances.
Dale?
So the only thing that I would like to see as an addition would actually be an interim financial statement. And I know I asked Ann about that, and she said it was attached. I can't find that. Ann, that would include, I guess what I would require of the interim would be a balance sheet.
Yeah, financial statements, they are a big piece of work. Maybe you and I are the only ones that love to read them. So we were aiming for something that was easy to digest for the public. What I would like to maybe take away, and because balance sheet is a good piece, the reserves would be on that balance sheet, the debt. Maybe we can also put something in around our payable, receivable, and cash position. So we could create a page that's related to treasury, which is the majority of what a balance sheet is made up of, because the other side of that would be the reserve. So the only piece that's missing, I would say, if for the love of financial statements and balance sheets, the only piece that's really missing is your treasury aspect, and we could create a page for that.
Yep, and that is the only thing missing from this document.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair to Deputy Reeve Johnson, I didn't say financial statement, I just said budget to actual, because just for clarity, a financial statement is once in a year audit. So just to make sure, I was thinking of budget to actual.
Thank you, I didn't hear well.
Some of us have that problem. Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? A motion to accept for information. Jill moves that. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously. And once again, thank you very much. This is a huge move to improvement and our ability to see how things are moving along on an ongoing basis. It's really, we thank you for that. And
You're
Terry,
most,
too.
you're most welcome. And this will be published quarterly as well for the public.
Yep, absolutely. All right, thank you very much. Moving on. So I guess we move on into the bylaws, right? So bylaw, so 10A1, bylaw 2017-01-2026 to amend land use bylaw Ag 1 to district commercial. So this is, did we read that one this morning? Was that the? No, it's a different one, isn't it? Oh, this is a commercial recreation, the one we dealt with last week. All right, so.
Is this about the campground?
Yes, that's the to commercial recreation. So this is just changing the from Ag 1 to commercial recreation, and yes, this is the one with Whitewood, yeah.
I'll have to be excused on this.
So, on, just a question, this one is just changing it to recreation. That wouldn't necessarily disqualify the bull, would it? The next one would. Am I right? Because this is just strictly changing the, the land use.
Sorry,
The-
through the chair, yes, you're correct.
Yeah, okay. So the the next one, not the 3, that's the one you'd have to bow out. Okay, but thank you for bringing it up. Okay, Trina.
Thank you. Through to the chair, you have seen this before. This did go in front of council for first reading, but just to give a little recap on this. So it's a 9-hole golf course and RV park. Was initially approved under a previous development permit application. It has since changed ownership, and a new application was received within those lands to rezone and for the expansion area and to further adopt an area structure plan. So the history on this is that the developer hosted an open house October 7th of 2024, first reading of the bylaw, and was carried April 23rd of 2026. And in practice, if an application falls within general principles of applicable legislation, first reading is provided to allow for the assigning of a bylaw number and initiation of a public engagement to ensure transparency and community involvement. Public hearing notice was mailed to 189 landowners within Lac St. Anne County and Parkland County within a 2-mile radius of the proposed bylaws on April 27th of 2026. Notice was also advertised in the Lac St. Anne Bulletin, May 11th and 18th editions, and advertised on our website. Public hearing was held May 28th of 2026. There are 2 options in front of you, and one is that council give second and third reading to the bylaw as presented, or that council defer back to administration. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions on the change of the bylaw for redistricting? Barry?
So prior to the ownership change, it already been approved for an RV park, correct?
That is correct. It is now going for the expansion.
Okay. Are we, now the expansion, we're changing to recreation if we decide?
That's what we're deciding on today, is the rezoning.
Like the entire park or just that area?
The whole area. Lot 4, Block 1.
Okay, so there's existing RV park there now, correct?
Yeah, they're just expanding it.
If we decide that we say no, that means they're shut down, done, finished. Is that what that means?
Through to the chair, we would have to review it at that time to take a look at it, but this would be, yeah, this would be the rezoning.
Okay, thank you.
Just Bo feels he should leave on this, so I'll accept that, and Bo will excuse himself from this.
Through the chair, Bo, what we'll do with your permission is there's a CAO bylaw, but we can leave Trina up and do 1 and 3, and then I can go up because I have 2 items after that, and then we'll pull you back after item 3. Thank you.
Okay, sorry for the disruption, but that's just to be clear, maybe it's a better way to go. Okay, continue on with this discussion. Ed?
Trina, so prior, it was zoned Ag 1, and that was a discretionary use under Ag 1 then, correct?
Yes, I believe it was. I don't have those details here in front of me.
So all we're doing is taking the existing parcel and changing it, rezoning it where it should be properly rezoned to commercial recreation.
Yes, to allow for the expansion.
Okay, any other comments on that? I did miss a little bit, Barry, I was interrupted, but with the discussion there, what came out that's pertinent that Dale and I should know?
Okay, well, it was zoned for recreation already. Yeah. Correct? Correct me if I'm wrong, Trina.
I apologize, this isn't my file. However, yes, it was zoned appropriately, but we're needing to zone this for the expansion of it, to rezone.
Okay, but if we don't rezone it, the entire park would be shut down?
I can't answer to that right now. I'd have to do some more studies into it.
Okay, but it is could be possibly, or are we just guessing? I'm just curious.
I'd like to defer to Anne on this one. Anne, what is your opinion on this?
Okay, Ann.
Through the chair, I don't know the file at all.
No, I think that the question is, can the park be shut down? I suppose if they were operating in non-conformance of the land use bylaw, then yes, we could shut them down.
So just a question, is this similar to what we were dealing with this morning, where because of the change in the land use bylaw that this has become an issue? Or
is this just because of the expansion?
Or is it because of, yeah.
No, so, or is this just because they want to expand?
So through to the chair, I'm just going to read you a little bit more that's included in your package. So the 9-hole golf course and RV park was approved under a previous development permit number under the previous land use bylaw. The property has operated in various forms since 1992. This permit expired due to non-use and change of ownership. A new permit approval was issued under a different development permit for Whitewood Links Golf and RV in 2010 under a different land use bylaw, the previous one to this one. This permit expired due to non-use and change of ownership. The current owner, who purchased the property in 2017, has actively worked to bring the property into compliance with the current land use bylaw. Then an application was received on October 11th of 2024 for Lot 4, Block 1, to adopt the Whitewood RV Park Expansion Area Structure Plan. The application was deemed incomplete on November 5th of 2024. At that time, the applicant, the landowner, was advised of the requirements for an area structure plan. An updated area structure plan was received on February 27th of 26. The applicant has submitted the area structure plan in conjunction with this redistricting application, which was received March 11th of 2026, for the proposed continued operation of an existing campground, 32 sites, and the expansion of up to 63 new sites for a total of 95 seasonal sites. So I apologize, I shortened my summary on the basis that it was presented already for first reading.
I appreciate the update again.
Through the chair, as do I, it's coming back to me now.
Okay, thank you for that as well. So that actually included both the bylaws for 1 and 3, but we're talking about 1 first of all. So A1, 10A1. So that is, let's just talk about the redistricting for now, and then we'll talk about the area structure plan in our second motion. All right? So any further discussion on the redistricting? So are there any more questions or discussion? We did have a lengthy public engagement or public, we just went through the public hearing last meeting. Now the only thing that I haven't seen was sort of a report of all the stuff we heard at the last meeting. I made notes. I have a pretty good idea of what went on, but I would have thought possibly we should have had a copy of the proceedings that we could review. Is that a common thing, or do I just think it should be? Like in the report here, it doesn't show all the presentations that were made?
No, you're right, it doesn't. There are no attachments as far as a summary of comments or concerns or anything like that. It's not necessarily a common thing, unless, council requests it, we can certainly provide it.
All right, so the only question I have for council is, you all sat here, you all listened to the arguments from one side and the other. If you're comfortable making a decision the way it is, that's certainly up to council. If you feel we need those papers in front of us again, we can choose, for example, to make second reading and leave third reading to next meeting, or we can do both if you're comfortable enough. We do them all today. So that's sort of what I see as the options. So I'm open for council's guidance as to what the will is.
So I'm not used to going through a hearing and not having a actual recap of what was gone at the hearing. If we're dealing with that on the same day, it's much more fresh in the mind. If we're dealing with it at a later date, to have the recap of what went on is very advantageous. So I would prefer to not give it total third reading today, progress on, give it the second reading, but by that time then at the next meeting, administration can give us the recap of what happened at the open house.
Through the chair to Deputy Reeve Johnson, I would agree with that, and I think we should make it our common practice because we have so many of these files, and that's what happened to me. I couldn't remember which file it was specifically, so I would like to suggest to Trina and her team that we would always like to have a summary and a recap of what the comments were because it'll help all of us and the public. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Ed?
I think for this portion, we're talking just the land use bylaw. We have an existing RV park on this property, and this just needs to be rezoned to commercial rec, the whole property. It doesn't matter what happens. The next step, or the next bylaw coming up, the next bylaw coming up to adopt the expansion is where we maybe should stop and just give it second reading, get our notes from the last meeting, and then proceed from there.
I agree with that.
Thank
That
you.
actually makes really good sense.
Again, I'll go according to council, so do you want to make that a motion?
Sure. I make a,
So, actually to give second reading to this now, and then if we unanimously agree, we can go to the third reading as well. So you'll make the second? Yeah,
Sure.
go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to give this second reading of bylaw 22, 2017-01, 2026 to amend the land use bylaw for this property from Ag 1 to commercial rec.
Okay, moved by Ed. Further discussion on this that's second reading on that bylaw? Discussion?
So Ed's motion just says second reading?
Second reading, yeah, one at a time. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried unanimously. So now, if we go to third reading, do we need a motion or can we just make the motion? Yes, no?
Thank you through the chair. No, you don't need a motion to go into third reading. You would just need the motion to.
Okay, so now I leave it to council again. If someone wants to make a motion to do third reading on that bylaw? Anyone want to make that? Jill, you'll make the motion for third reading for this bylaw?
Yes.
All right. Any discussion?
I do want to see the recap. It is my choice.
Okay. Any other discussion on it? Any other discussion?
Yeah, I think we should have a recap on all the comments of the open house before we go to a third reading.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion?
Aren't we gonna we should have the recap on the following bylaw. This first one is just for the rezoning. The next one down is the one we gotta have a hard look at.
Yeah, that's been part of the discussion here, yeah. Put my comment on it, I'd be comfortable with third reading on the rezoning. I totally with our Deputy Reeve in the other one. I want to see this, the recap. That's my opinion. Further discussion? No? Okay, we'll call the question then. So all those in favor of third reading of that bylaw? Opposed? I'm voting in favor, so that's carried. Well, thank you very much. So that bylaw is passed. Did you want to be recorded or not? Sure. Recorded?
Sure,
Yeah,
record.
okay. Record
Fine.
Dale and Mike. All right. And then we're going to jump down to 3. So that's bylaw 13206, and that's pertaining to Whitewood RV Park expansion again. So Trina?
Thank you. Yes, that is correct. It is pertaining to Whitewood RV expansion area. However, this one is for the adoption of the area structure plan for Lot 4, Block 1, Plan 162-4304. So the recommendation from administration is that council gives second and third reading of bylaw 13-2006 to adopt the Whitewood RV Park expansion area structure plan. The summary in the background: a 9-hole golf course and RV park, as we had mentioned before, was previously approved under different land use bylaw, different development permit. They've been operating in various forms since 1992. Permit expired due to non-use and change of ownership. New permit approval was issued under a different development permit, as well as different land use bylaw. That permit expired due to non-use and change of ownership, and then it was purchased. A new application was received October 11th of 2024, and at that time it was deemed to be incomplete, and we required an area structure plan. An area structure plan was provided and is before you. It was received on February 27th of 2026 and serves part of this agenda item. So they've completed their expansion area structure plan as part of the rezoning application as well. We talked about the open house that was hosted, first reading of the bylaw that was provided April 23rd of 2026, and the public hearing notice that was provided as well with a 2-mile radius, and notice being advertised in the bulletin on May 11th and May 18th, it being advertised on our website, and the public hearing that was held on May 28th. It says here that concerns raised by the public can be mitigated through the development permit process. Policy area, map 3, MDP, land use bylaw, those are your governing legislation. So option 1 is that County Council gives second and third reading of bylaw 13-2006 to adopt the Whitewood RV Park expansion area structure plan for Lot 4, Block 1, Plan 162-4304. Or option 2 is that County Council defer second and third reading of the bylaw. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Trina. So open for discussion.
Through the chair, how does that area structure plan fit in with the general concept of the area? That would be my question.
If I may, if we can pull up the area structure plan, please.
It's in our package.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Look, Dale, it's all Ag 1 around it, but this golf course has been in it's been that since 1992. So that's the dilemma. It's already been something other than Ag for many, many, many years.
We're just waiting for,
No, I don't. I'm looking for it just like you.
which page are you looking for?
So we're looking for the actual area structure plan, which I believe is what it is right now. There should be a summary at the top.
So there's a page that starts revised submission response to ASB submission review letter. Is that the one? or- Like it starts out what I read here, this revised area structure plans. What's that? Well, 256 of 498. That's on our agenda. You only have 250? Oh, Christ, I got 498. Maybe you did, you might not have updated it.
We only have 200.
In your agenda? Well, my agenda has
Okay, so
498.
if we can stop here, please. So it talks about the purpose of the area structure plan in here. For the Whitewood RV area structure plan, the lands within the area may be referred to as the property, statutory planning framework, long-term development, and providing policy direction. And then it will, as it goes along, it will talk about the different maps that it refers to and the growth that will happen within that area. So that, if you continue sliding through that.
So through the chair, that's why I asked the question, because it was pretty difficult for me. That's why I asked you to make sure, is it within it? You would know.
Yes,
So
it is.
I want to make sure if our administration says it's there and
Oh,
it
no.
fits in, it fits in.
Okay, no, sorry, I did misunderstand you there. So administration has reviewed this document and based their recommendation based on the review of this document.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you very much.
Do you have it on yours? I'm surprised why you don't have it. Like, I know I updated my agenda because last meeting I hadn't done it and I was missing a bunch. So that may be. I don't know why that happens then.
So question for Trina. Is the planning and development department right with this? Does it fit into everything we're talking about? Have they everything done by the book?
Yes, everything's been done by the book. And remember, there's still further review process that needs to occur on this. We're talking about the area structure plan and the overall overarching look of what we want this to look like in accordance with our municipal development plan.
Okay, I just want your opinion on it because you're, I guess, the expert in the room.
And our development permit has I know the open house had, dogs running at large and stuff. Do we have control measures in our development permit that has to be, implemented somehow, like with whatever rules or something, so we don't have issues down the road?
We are not at the development permit approval stage, but we will definitely take that into consideration. That will include that as a condition.
Okay, what's your wish? So what I'm hearing a little bit is, again, maybe approving the area structure plan isn't even that bad because it's the ultimate permit, that most of the concerns that were raised by the ratepayers have to be addressed in there or will be addressed in there. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, because there wasn't too much from what I see in here that the area structure plan is okay, but the details later on will be in the actual permit.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. The only struggle I have is that if half our council hasn't been able to read the area structure plan here. You've got it? Yeah. Yeah. Because in refreshing, just gliding through it, you know, there's a lot of detail in it. And as long as that's followed, if we approve it, they have to follow it, right?
That's why I asked Trina if it looked.
Yeah,
in
no, I
line
think
and-
that was a good question.
And
Yeah.
that's why I asked my question. I'm comfortable in Trina's ability, and if she says she's looked after and she's looked into it, I'm happy, even if I only saw parts of it.
Okay, thank you. Then I will ask for a motion. What is your wish?
Jürgen?
Yeah, oh, Jill?
I would give a second reading, motion for a second reading on this.
Oh, sorry, carried, my mic was off. So second reading is carried unanimously. Is there another motion for third reading? Ed?
Yeah, I do third motion to that one to approve the area structure plan.
Moved by Ed to give third reading to that bylaw. Discussion?
Area structure plan, right?
Area structure plan, yeah. All in favor? Opposed, if any, there weren't, unanimous, so that is carried. Okay, you're on.
Thank you, through the chair. In accordance with our updating of various bylaws, I am recommending to council to put first reading on the table of the CAO bylaw. This CAO bylaw has updated in a few ways. First of all, the last bylaw was 2015, and this bylaw incorporates designated officers. We have scoured the county archives, and usually there's a separate bylaw for designated officers, but new CAO bylaws standardize and put the designated officers in that. Also, there were some changes through different legislations, Bill 50, et cetera, and they've also been incorporated. I know some members of council like a red line version, but the bylaws are so different that we couldn't do a comparison. So my suggestion is if we put first reading on the table, I can give council the background of the two different bylaws and where the clauses are different.
Okay, thank you. I do have one question of clarification. If you get the bylaw in front of you, it's 5D Roman numeral 6. Consolidate one or more of the bylaws of the municipality. I'm not totally sure what that means and why you would need authority for that.
Through the chair, this is a bylaw that we used from another municipality that had just updated it, and I was curious about that clause as well, and we're looking into why, because I can't see that I have any authority over bylaws. So we will get that answered for you. Yeah, that's not my purview, yes.
The rest of the ones, I thought were okay, someone else might have thought something else, but that's the one I thought.
Yeah, and I was hoping to get the answer by today, but I hadn't been able to.
Thank you for that.
I did have
Dale?
a couple other, but I believe if we get the first reading on the floor, we can talk about that. There was a couple areas where you received power over us by what I read, and I want to make sure that that's not actually the case.
Okay. One of the things too that I will tell council that through Bill 50, there was some concern about powers of the CAO. And so those have been incorporated, so I can outline those as well for you.
Thank you. Further questions or discussions? If not, I would entertain a motion.
First reading.
Dale to approve first reading of the proposed bylaw. Discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right.
Just for council's, sorry, one thing I did want to add before we move on is, one of the things that Bill 50 did is there was concerns that all members of council were not getting the same information. So that's one thing that got updated in Bill 50 that was addressed in the bylaw too, because I think that's a critically important piece.
Very good. Okay, so next we move on to summer county council meeting schedule.
Through the chair, we are bringing this forward when we put dates in for council meetings for 2026. We left 2 meetings in the summer, but there was some question about, in the past, we had done 1 meeting per month in the summer to accommodate vacations, schedules for council, and the busy seasons that is parades, festivals, and whatnot. The only budget it will affect is mileage for council coming 1 less meeting or leaving things in process. I would say my recommendation is to approve 1 meeting a month. However, it's up to council because we will have a very busy meeting. We're getting a lot of things done. So we can either leave it at 2 or we can go to 1 meeting a month. But we would appreciate some direction and guidance so that we can determine meeting schedules and those types of things.
Okay, thank you very much, Ann. Barry?
I'd recommend possibly 2 in July and 1 in August.
Okay, further comments or discussions?
Based on the amount of new work that needs to be done, I would recommend keeping it at 2 per month. Throughout, yeah.
Maybe
Okay,
keep it.
further discussion?
Yeah, these seem to be long meetings as it is. If we only do 1 a month, we'll be here till 6 o'clock at night. I don't know if I can handle that in 1 day, but it is, you know, I agree. Maybe this summer we just leave it for 2 per month.
At
Okay.
least for this year, anyway. Right.
Okay, anyone else? So no motion then? Everyone wants to leave it the way it is?
That would be option 2.
Oh, well, if we leave it the way it is, I don't think we need a motion. If, we only need a motion if we're changing. All right? We are scheduled for 2 every month. I don't know, I talked to Ann about it. I felt there was some merit in not having 2 for the reasons that were given. Partially is with staff being on vacation, it loads a lot of extra work onto staff, and I was wondering if that would be helpful, but I'm totally on what council decides. That's just my opinion.
I'm okay doing what Barry said, 2 in July and 1 in August, and it gives everybody, you know, that 3-week window up or down.
I want 2 in August, 1 in July. Just
Okay, Jill,
joking.
I haven't heard from you.
Just hearing word on the street. I think a lot of people want to get their stuff done during the summer, so having 2 meetings during the summer just keeps things going. Either way, I'm going to have to get a babysitter, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, you know, unless someone wants to make a motion to change from where we're at, we'll leave it. Barry?
I'll make the motion 2 in July, 1 in August.
Okay, moved by Barry that we have 2 in July and 1 in August. Further discussion? I would ask for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Oh, Bo wants to be noted that he's against. How about you? Oh, you're in favor. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, that's fine. So we'll have 2 in July and 1 in August. So
The August meeting will be then on.
Put it in the middle, yeah.
August 20th, so we did 3 down?
Yeah.
In the middle?
yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. And
August
we'll
20th.
make sure your calendars get populated.
Good. Great, thank you very much. Is that the end of our agenda?
No, no,
Oh,
not
no.
quite. Through the chair, Counselor Dirksen added an item on the representation for LIPA. And I just wanted council to clearly direct that I will bring that back on the 25th. It is a simple matter, but I still would like to have a report to make sure that we've got the current representative and then some options for switching it over to Counselor Dirksen. Over to Dale, from Counselor Dirksen.
Great, thank you for that, yeah.
I will be unable to attend August 20th.
Okay. We can work on the dates.
So, anything else? So I do, just so that the public is aware, we've had, the public may have noticed or may not have, we've had a few hiccups every now and again with getting our agendas out, and amongst other things, we're changing our policy a little bit. We had a little bit of a discussion that items for, unless they're emergency items or something very small, we're going to try to keep our agenda to what has been put out publicly already on Monday mornings. So we're going to try to not add too much there. So it's up to council to notify either myself or administration of any budget, any agenda items on Wednesday the week previous, and then it'll get out to council and then out to the public. So we're going to try and streamline that a little bit more, if that's okay with everyone. Yeah. Okay. With that, I adjourn the meeting at, what is that? 2:50.
Okay, don't.